Audit Seminar on maintaining quality in the tax audit. So the tax audit due date is nearing, and we all are geared up in engaging ourselves in conducting the tax audit. So, according to the wishes of our members, we have organized this seminar. Actually, when we were trying to get in connection with the faculties for conducting this seminar, I contacted our Central Council member, C.A. Rajendra Kumar. He is our friend, guide, and philosopher, and he has been very encouraging. In fact, walking the extra mile to support us, and he has got special interest in our branch. When I called him, he was in New York. I was calling him around 5:30 Indian local time, and he was in New York. He said, "Right now I am sitting with the chairman of the Taxation Audit Quality Control Board, Ravi Board, sorry. Chawda Sahab is sitting by my side. So, just a second, hold on." And he said, he talked to Chawda Sahab and said, "The board itself will conduct this seminar. You go ahead," like that he said. And he gave the phone to Chawda Sahab also. He assured all help. And he said that we have recently come with a publication. And that publication, the soft copy was shared today, and right now it has been shared with you. If you look at your WhatsApp group, that guideline for taxation, maintaining the quality in tax audit will be there. So all these things became possible only because of our Central Council member, the effective Central Council member leading from the front, C.A. Rajendra Kumar. I extend him a very warm welcome on my own behalf and because Tirungaram Brand of the Institute of Chartered Accountants. We expect your continued cooperation, sir. We expect your continued guidance. Thank you very much, sir. And we have amongst us the speaker, leading speaker, tech-savvy speaker, experienced speaker, most sought-after faculty, Sri Uttam Jain Sahab. He is so busy that getting him is very, very difficult. But when I called on him, he said, "Sir, if you fix on 14th, I am ready, sir. I will squeeze a few time and come for this seminar as a faculty." So getting a faculty at this time is very, very difficult, you all know. So he himself suggested a date, and so we are conducting seminar on 14th because of his instruction only to accommodate him, and we are very proud that he accepted our invitation in spite of the busy schedule, both in his profession, practicing profession, as well as a faculty. He has so many commitments. Sir, thank you very much, sir. We look forward to your session, sir. Active, sir. And I am very much thankful to my fellow committee members, Rama Sharma, the ever busy, ever energetic Vice Chairperson, Rama Sharma, the backbone secretary, C. Julie, Treasurer, Nikhil R. Kumar, for giving all out support and making this seminar happen in such a short notice. And I would like to thank all of you to have come forward to attend this seminar in spite of a busy schedule, especially our past chairman, C. Hari, C. Dinesh Kumar, senior chartered accountants like Pankaj, C. Govind sir, senior other chartered accountants, brothers and sisters. Without you, this seminar won't be of any purpose. It will not serve any purpose. Thank you for coming and encouraging us. Thank you all. With this, we move on to the next agenda. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Now I request all the dignitaries on the dais for lighting the lamp ceremony. Now I request our Vice Chairperson to introduce Central Council member C. A. Rajendra Kumar.
Actually, for Rajendra Kumar sir, he doesn't need any introduction. He's a very known person to all of us, just a call away. Whenever we dial, he'll attend the call the second or third ring, not later than that. So he is a chartered accountant in practice for the past 3 decades. He is elected to the Central Council of the ICI for the term 2022 to 2025. He was also a member of the Central Council during 2010 to 13 and 2019 to 22. He was the chairman of the SARC for the year 2008-9. He has the experience of being a member on the disciplinary committee of the ICA for the past 5 years, and currently he is in the 6th year and is presiding officer of the Board of Discipline. In addition to this, he's also done the committee for 2023-24 as a chairman of Board of Internal Audit and Management Accounting, vice chairman of Committee on Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, deputy convener of Legal Directorate, member of GST and Indirect Taxes Committee, and other various committees of ICI. In his personal capacity, he is an internationally recognized expert on GST and VAT. He is a member of the Technical Advisory Group to the Working Party 9 of the OECD and offers his technical expertise in the area of consumption taxes to the international body. So, with this, I introduce our Senate Council member C. A. Rajendra Kumar sir. Now, I welcome him for his address.
Thank you very much. Very esteemed chairman, my good friend, Ramakrishnan sir, the vice chairperson and the secretary of the branch, the treasurer, other committee members seated here, our very esteemed speaker of this morning and also post lunch, Sri Uttam Chand Jay, the new speaker who is going to speak today, Sri Ram Sekar, if he is available here. You are there, yeah, good. So this is your first talk here. Oh, wonderful. So congratulations to you for starting your inning. I must say, Institute is a great platform not only to improve upon your knowledge, but also to ensure that the quality in you rises. I have been asked to speak on ensuring quality in tax audit. In fact, I don't know why he gave me this topic, maybe because I'm in the 6th year of the disciplinary committee of ICAI. Friends, it's a great pleasure here to come here one more time. In fact, when the chairman first called me, I was sleeping in New York. Maybe that was a time when he was working here and I was sleeping there. So I missed that call because the phone was in silent mode. And when I woke up, I saw his missed call. And as I was about to answer the call, as I was about to call him back, he called me and he said that there's a program like this and whether a central committee can be roped in to do this. So that's a part of expenditure will be borne by the committee. I said, no problem, just give me some time. And the chairman of the tax audit quality review board was with me at that point of time. Both of us had gone to New York. So just for one day, we thinking we have gone and spent more time. We went on the 5th of September. We completed our meeting on 6th of September. 7th morning, we flew back from New York to Delhi. That was our schedule. And Raj Chawla, the chairman of the tax audit quality review board, he immediately agreed. He said that yes, we can do it, no problem. Even if I don't go, no issues. I want you to go. And there is a material which we have come out with very recently. And that material can be circulated to all the members. Very good. Thank you very much. So you can also send it by mail to the members. And if possible, you can buy out copies and distribute the same to the members. Because not only now, it will be useful for future assignments also. In fact, the tax audit per se, very recently, I must tell you, very recently, 656 cases the Board of Discipline under my presidentship, we disposed of 656 cases which are referred to us by the council, we disposed of. Now, what is this 656 cases? Now, in the year 2010, we are going 13 years before, when the CBDT took up a specific assignment, they found that some of the reports are signed by chartered accountants who don't hold certificate of practice. Some of the reports are signed by chartered accountants who hold part-time certificate of practice. So they had sent some 1,000 and odd reports, not reports, data of members, saying that these are your members who have done this. Can we look into it? Having looked into, Institute found that some 100 plus people are not even chartered accountants, but still they have gone ahead and signed the report. So their institute cannot do anything, whereas institute can only regulate its members. It is formed for that purpose. I don't know what happened in the interim period because I was not elected member at that point of time. And as soon as the board sat this year, from February 12th onwards, I was intimated that sir, there are the 656 matters which are pending and pending for disposal at the board level. Now, what we could have done, what the board could have done, the board could have initiated action. the board could have initiated action saying that yes, file cases against all the 656 chartered accountants and let's get going about it. But then what the CBDT did? CBDT failed to forward the tax audit report so signed by those not holding COP and those holding part-time COP. In spite of numerous communications with them, the CBDT did not forward the reports. Now, in the absence of an evidence, because any matter before the disciplinary board, before the disciplinary committee, the result will depend on the evidence. Merely saying that this person has done this person has done that, the board cannot take any decision. It will be not in the interest of justice. So board wanted this report, but the reports just couldn't come, and now it is almost 13 years. Each year we asked them, they did not give any copies of the reports. Ultimately, board had no choice but to drop all the proceedings in these 656 matters. Drop all the proceedings, of course, with a comment saying that it is with great distress the board is taking this step to drop the proceedings against the 656 chartered accountants, because at least every person has done one report, has signed one report. So board did this. Now here, before the board, there are certain complaints which come from chartered accountants against chartered accountants. What is that? That sir, this gentleman has not communicated to me, or not taken no objection, to be in very plain language, that the CA has not taken no objection, but he has signed this audit report. Now here, the important factor is not the question of giving no objection. It is communicating with the previous auditor. If the previous auditor remains silent for a reasonable time, then the new chartered accountant can sign the report, go ahead. So it is the communication which is important, and the communication should be also evidenced by a positive factor, saying that this is the letter which I sent, this is the receipt, and so on. In many cases that comes up before the board, the respondent, who is the CA, takes a plea, sir, this client came at the last moment. The previous auditor did not want to sign it. So they rushed to me at the last moment, and I had no other option but to sign. Esteemed friends, I would only say that please desist from signing all these last minute reports. I know it is very difficult, easy for me to stand here and tell. Very easy. I am conscious of that fact. But kindly ensure that you desist from filing or from signing these last minute reports, because it is in these reports that the board has found that many of the factors have not been looked into only because of paucity of time. Not because the chartered accountant is not competent enough to do that. It's only because of paucity of time the CA has overlooked certain factors. Because of which the chartered accountant, the respondent, may be held guilty and may be either given a warning, which is called as a reprimand, or imposition of a monetary penalty. Now, this in the new tax audit regime, why I call it new, is because that clause 44 has been activated. Even though clause 44 was there for quite some time, it was not notified. And clause 44 was notified from the last year onwards. All of you would have done it. Majority of the reports are disclaimer, saying that we are not able to provide these details in this particular clause 44. In fact, if you look at the tax audit guidance note, the entire clause 44, the guidance which is there has been drafted by the committee of which I was the chairman, the GST committee. I headed that particular group which drafted the guidance for the purposes of clause 44 in the tax audit guidance note. In the council meeting held where the guidance note was passed, let me tell you, a huge debate took place whether or not the auditor should give the disclaimer. Originally, there was no disclaimer. The group did not propose any disclaimer. The group merely said that you please fill up these columns which are relating to GST. That is the group's recommendation. But ultimately, the committee or rather the council prevailed, saying that no, this is the first year, let the disclaimer be there. And I believe it is there this year also, it continues. Because once a disclaimer comes, it is very difficult to take it away. Extremely difficult. So this year also it continues. My humble request to all of you. The GST audit was at a particular point of time, from that particular period, it was stopped, saying no need of any GST audit, no need of chartered account signature. The government said this is of doing business. Now, because it was stopped there was this clause 44 in tax audit, which was not notified, they notified it. Now, in my view, I would only place before you saying that wherever it is possible, maximum extent possible, kindly ensure that you gather the data in the tax audit report for the purposes of tax audit report and fill up that in the clause 44, which is asking these details. It gives much credence to the audit undertaken by the members. In fact, the government is very keenly looking at the tax audit reports. From the inside news I can share with you, not only the CBDT, but various arms of the government are looking at the various clauses of the tax audit report and trying to analyze and come up with some statistical understandings, statistical data. So at this juncture, not only at this juncture, but at any given point of time, the quality in the tax audit report was extremely important, and it continues to be also. Now, filling nil, not applicable, scoring off, all those should be things of past. Yes, wherever it is not applicable, you have to say not applicable, absolutely no issues. But then for clause 44 telling that it is not, I'm not able to fill up this, data is not available, I don't think we are doing justice. In fact, I've always gone one step ahead and said that the GST annual return should be filed first, post that only the tax audit should be done. Because once the GST annual return is filed, the entire data is available. The entire supply by and supply to is already there. The data is there and other income is already there. It's only finally the provisions that will matter. Now, in today, when the CBDT and CBIC are in sync with the data sharing, one data is shared with other board, other data is shared with other board, the tax audit plays a very, very key role. And the retention of the tax audit by the chartered accountants will depend only in the hands of chartered accountant, let me tell you. But I am talking in Kerala, in God's own country, in Trivandrum, Lord Padmanabha's place. Let me tell you that when it comes to the southern part of the country, the southern region is known and is famed for quality, and we continue to maintain that. I will not talk anything about any other region of the country, but the southern region per se is known for its quality, it's known for its truthfulness to the work that is undertaken. So the tax audit which is currently there in this format, it will continue to be there provided the chartered accountants render positive service to the government and government feel that there is a value addition. Now the government again cannot get into the role of the CA and do this work because they just don't have staff. They don't have people. There are not much people who can do this work. There are not much staff who can do this work for the government. Even now they came with a scheme that they have taken a lot of, they came with an advertisement calling for chartered accountants, paying them one pittance. But let me tell you again, there is not much takers for that because even industry does not have chartered accountants today. Industry needs, let us say 100 CAs, there are only 60 available. That is the shortage available today. The government also failed, I must say, in its endeavor to recruit professionals for the income tax department, of course, on a temporary basis. And being not lucrative, being not that much attractive as a remuneration package, not many CAs applied, and be that as it may, it stands still. Now, coming to the other portions in tax audit, of course, Uttam Chand Jain will be dealing it in detail, clause by clause. A very meticulous speaker and a person whom I have seen, if I can draw a metaphor from a caterpillar to a butterfly. I have seen him emerge from a caterpillar to a butterfly, and today he is one of the most sought after speakers on any matter relating to income tax, not only on tax audit, especially on matters relating to appeals, matters relating to drafting of appeals, being faced with assessments. He is one person who is much sought after. So I should thank him for sparing his valuable time. Like both of us woke up by 3 a.m. today in Chennai, and we flew by 5:15 a.m. flight, and that's how we are here before all of you. And maybe tomorrow somewhere else, and day after tomorrow somewhere else. Even though this program is organized today, September 14th, we have a few days time left to conclude, and then one more month to file. I must congratulate Ramakrishnan sir because he's been after me for quite some time. Previous month we had one program, this month we are in another program. Maybe he was actually talking to me on one particular program with any body outside India. I think that is in the offering, and we'll certainly do it, sir. Because institute committees will be there to support you. Anything relating to tax audit, you can always come back to the Tax Audit Quality Review Board with your views, with your queries, and the board will be very glad to help you out. Now, what is this Tax Audit Quality Review Board, TAQRB? We have peer review, we have FRRB, we have QRB, and now this is the Tax Audit Quality Review. That is, Institute suo moto takes up the tax audit reports and does a quality review of that. And wherever there is gross violation, let me tell you, esteemed members, the board has referred those reports to the disciplinary committee for taking further action or further investigation, not action, further investigation. Whether the report is fine, can be accepted as such, or any further investigation needs to be initiated. So reports have been taken up by the board. The board is very actively looking into the report, so that because there are many other agencies who are claiming that they also want to do tax audit. They must be eligible. They must be made eligible by the government to sign the audit report. Their qualification must be added to the term accountant in the Income Tax Act, so that they become eligible. So to safeguard our position, the institute has come up with this particular regulatory aspect, saying that we will ensure that our professional brothers and sisters who are doing this audit maintain the quality and ensure that the government's trust, which is reposed on this particular fraternity, on the chartered accountants, be that as it may, is retained for today and for forever. So my humble request to all of you, kindly look into the TAQRB's material which is there before you, and also the guidance note on tax audit which was released and revised by the ICAI at all times. Kindly look into that also, and wherever you feel that you are not able to perform your task as it is mentioned in the guidance note, or in the TAQRB's material which is before you, kindly come back to the institute, because the feedback which we receive helps us in ensuring that we revise the institute's materials for the benefit of members so that it is useful. Something merely which is there theoretical and which is not practical is of no use. So we try to ensure that the theory and practice are both intermingled, both commingled, so that we'll be able to render justice, and government also at the end of the day will be justified in its embarking on this particular aspect, saying that CAs only should be eligible to do tax audit, and no other professional should be allowed to sign these reports, because it involves certain amount of work which only a CA is able to possess because of his personal experience as well as the training that he has undergone. So, esteemed friends, I must sincerely thank the branch for inviting me here. Thank Ramakrishnan sir for hosting this particular program. Thanks the team headed by him for hosting this program, and the speakers, CA Uttam Chand Jain. I was told unfortunately Naveen was not able to be present from Bangalore, and the debut speaker, CA Sriram Sekhar, who is going to deal with case laws relevant for ensuring the quality of tax audit. I wish him all the best in his future endeavors. You must also grow up to a level of a big personality in the southern region as well as in the country. So let us start from the branch. Thank you very much, and best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Do 10B and 10BB.
Ah.
Bombay Society has given
Yeah.
opportunity.
Okay. Yeah, Chairman.
The institute take up. So many members are asking.
Thank you, Chairman. In fact, the Chairman also this morning asked this question. I thought let me wait whether any member is asking that. So Chairman himself has volunteered that 10A and 10BB, the new requirement relating to trust with charitable entities. There are certain bodies who are outside the institute. They have gone to the government and they have represented, saying that kindly do this.
Postpone.
Yes. In fact, sometimes when institute by itself does not do it, when someone else does it, it means that the institute has played some role in ensuring that drafting is made and it is submitted. So whether institute goes or some other body of chartered accountant goes, both are one and the same. The government knows that very clearly. When they go, yeah, we understand you have come through which body, we know that. That is the language they use. But let me tell you, if it is in the best interest of the profession, if it is in the best interest of the charitable institutions, the institute will not shy away from representing before the government. That much I can tell you. We are only adopting the wait and watch policy. Maybe 1 week's more time we may take. And if it appears that it requires an effective representation, the institute will also join in making its voice felt before the government. That much I can assure all of you. Thank you very much.
Now, we'll be having a small session by HDFC team on their products, a session not more than 10 minutes. Please.
Good morning, all. Firstly, thanking the institute for giving us an opportunity to come and do a small presentation. We don't intend to do a very long presentation. I think. Just we thought of as you had all seen that the post merger of HDFC Bank and Limited, it's a revised entity. There are a lot of changes. I'm sure that with your esteemed, you and your esteemed set of customers, will come up with a lot of things about the recent developments on this merger. So we thank the institute for giving us an opportunity. I will just introduce the team to us. Myself, Lijo. I am a treasurer at HDFC Bank. I handle set of 15 branches across Trivandrum. We have our circle head, Mr. N. Subhash. He handles the South Kerala. He handles all branches of HDFC Bank for the southern part of Kerala. A seasoned banker in this more than 20 years plus banking experience here. So I welcome you to this stage. Then I have with me Mangipudi Srinivas, who is the mortgages head for South. So yeah. So Mr. Mangipudi is the mortgages head of South. Then we have our branch manager Santosh and Arjun, who are one handles Santosh handles Esport and Arjun handles the number board. So we have and we have other teams also with us. So the primary purpose of this will take not more than 10 or 15 minutes maximum. So anything, any points that comes to your mind, anything, you are feel free to share it here or there, here or after the program also. We'll be most happy to try to find a solution for that. Okay. So I hand over to Subhash sir.
Good morning. Shall I use this? To each one of you. First of all, many thanks to the Chandra and staff of the bank for giving us an opportunity to be here. Welcome to all the dignitaries and the members of the institute. This is the first of kind opportunity we are getting in Trivandrum to present before you. So we will keep it very short. We are not carrying any presentation as such, but that will take time. That's why we thought we will have a brief discussion about the bank. Since it's the first of its kind of discussion we are having, we thought we will give you an overview about the bank. As you all know, HDFC Bank has started its operation about 30 years ago. In the last 3 decades or so, we have grown up to become the second largest bank in the country after State Bank of India. Okay, in Kerala also, if you look at it, a brief about the bank in Kerala's journey. Right now, we have roughly about 338 branches in Kerala spread across most of the key centers of Kerala is covered through our extensive network. And in fact, out of this total network of about 338 branches, about 70% of the branches are actually in the semi-urban rural centers where we have got the maximum customer service points available in Kerala. Across the country also, it's more or less the same thing. Over the last 30 years or so, how we were able to become the second largest bank in the country, I'll briefly touch upon it. If you look at any of the product portfolio today, HDFC Bank is having, okay, starting from a corporate loan portfolio, retail assets, or any credit card business, the corporate salary business, whichever be the product portfolio which we are looking at currently, bank is actually in the number one or the number two player in that category. Okay, we were able to reach that position only because of the kind of service which we are providing. Yes, of course, we are not the perfect in that category. I'm not claiming that we have a lot way to go, but still, in terms of the service and in terms of the responsiveness, the bank has provided all along in this. Okay. In terms of the pricing which we offer to the market, in terms of the credibility of the institution, the group, HDFC group, as such, on the commitment of the compliance aspects,
We are one of the highly compliant organizations in the in the financial space. There is no ranking metrics available today for that. But you all might have come across with various instances, either as on a personal capacity or in the capacity of an advisor to a company or an auditor to a company. You might have experienced that the bank is a highly compliant organization. So we were able to steadily establish our footprint in various parts of various business. Whichever business we have taken up, those areas we have been able to establish, the market leader in that category. That is the success of the bank all along in these 30 years. Uh, Especially in the last 3 months or so, over the last 1 year or so, we would have been holding the limelight, primarily because of the merger of HDFC Limited with HDFC Bank. You all may be aware that we have just concluded the merger process on 1st of July onwards. This is on a integrated book we are having. The bank today, till 30th of June, if you look at the balance sheet position, we are having roughly a balance sheet size of about 25 lakh crore, and with the merged entity, it is roughly moving to about 32, 33 lakh crore of balance sheet size we are moving into. In terms of balance sheet size, State Bank of India will be the number one in terms of the associated, including the combined entity will be roughly about 50 lakh crore also in terms of size. But just to give you an overview about the opportunity available, today as a bank, we are growing somewhere close to 20%, 18 to 20% is the expansion happening in the balance sheet. Quarter on quarter, we are able to produce that kind of result. On a healthy, margin, NIM is also very strong and very consistent. And we have got one of the pristine balance sheet available. If you look at the APA ratios, etc., this is one of the best in class benchmark and one of the best in the country today. Okay, so this consistent growth on a quarter-on-quarter basis will definitely help the bank to catapult over the next 4 or 5 years to be even to the biggest bank in the country. Already with the help of the merger, we have reached into a position where we are one of the top 10 banks in the world today in terms of market capitalization. In fact, there were media reports that post-merger with HDFC Limited, we are the fourth largest in terms of the market capitalization. The other banks in this league are something like the JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America. There are a couple of banks from the China, which is a state-owned banks from China, are ahead of us in this league. While we carry all these accolades, we are very humble, we are very grounded, or open for any feedback from the customer side. There will be customer complaints, there will be customer issues, but we are one of the, I can assure you that on behalf of the team that we are the most responsive organization in that count in terms of a customer response, to the extent that any complaint, even going to a managing director, is personally read by the managing director in a span of about 24 to 48 hours, and it is responded. So that is a commitment we have to that. On giving a brief overview on the bank's product portfolio, on the retail assets front, I'll classify it into 3-4 categories, sir, and for your understanding. On the retail assets portfolio, which comprises of the home loan, the auto loan space, the personal loan, which is the unsecured business, two-wheeler business, the consumer durable business, all these areas, if you look at it, we are almost the market leaders in it. If with the merger of HDFC Limited into the bank, of course, we are commanding in the organized space about 20% or so of the entire home loan book of the country. There, of course, there could be some unorganized business also, the NBFC part also available over there. If you look at the auto loan space also, it's about 20-25% of the entire auto loan business in the country is actually done through, in terms of the value, is actually done by the bank. In terms of the unsecured business, if you look at it, we are actually disbursing about 3,000 crore more than what the competition bank does on a month-on-month basis. Okay, that is possible. Even after having so much of an unsecured exposure, the book, if you look at it, the net NPA ratio, if you look at it, we would have never crossed that 0.5 mark or so. It's always hovering in the range of about 0.3 range, 0.3 to 0.4 range. Okay. On the consumer durable finance, there are very few banks which are actually financing into a piece like if you are looking for deadline for buying a mobile phone, a laptop, a television, anything for that matter. There are only few banks which are catering to that requirement today, and we are one of the market leaders in that space. Again, with a pristine book available for us. The same goes with other retailers' products. The same thing with the commercial, the corporate banking also. We are the bankers to some of the leading companies in the top 200 companies in the country. In the corporate, I'm sure many of you may be advisors or associated with the bank in that capacity, various companies across the country put together. Similarly, the emerging enterprises, even in Kerala also, if you look at it, the bank has got a very strong footprint in the business banking segment, especially the lifestyle segment. We are one of the key players in Kerala amongst the banks. So that's the same, market leadership we expect to maintain, we expect to garner with the help of yours in the coming years. So I would request each one of you to give us an opportunity to come in person and present our case. Subsequently, we will touch base with you. I would request my colleague Lijosh to take forward briefly on the product portfolio.
So we'll quickly just take you through three or four major things which will come across in a day-to-day basis from either your clients or anything. One is the HDFC Bank Infinia Metal Card. I'm sure that some of you will be already using this card. This is currently one of the best available credit card with respect to the point conversion, the kind of a reward program it offers, the kind of facilities it offers, uh, which is not only for the credit but lifestyle benefits, like which includes the married membership. A lot of things are there with this. This is as of now, this is considered to be the number one credit card available in the country. So, as a part of the chartered accountants today's program, any chartered accountant who's already using an HDFC Bank card and who has an average usage of around 8 to 10 lakhs in a year, I would say this will be the most value for money card for you. Any of you would like to you have the you try to use this or you want, we will be here. Just let us know. We will share you the details and you can evaluate with the current card that you are using. I'm sure that you will definitely. It's a metal card. You will have an experience on this. Second, sir, second is on the Max Advantage current account. Today we come across a lot of your clients who will be having multiple banking, multiple interstate, inter-district bankings are there. So there will be a lot of issues with respect to cash deposits happening. Many banks will not be encouraging cash deposits. They may have challenges in depositing cash and other things across the country. In HDFC Bank, our biggest strength is our distribution that we have, and this Max Advantage current account will ensure home branch facility for the customer throughout the country. So, as high as 70 crore cash deposits is permitted in this current account, and he can use this account sitting even in Trivandrum for any part of the country. And today, after State Bank of India, we have the largest distribution, and the bank is planned its scale up in the next 3 years in a way that we have around 14,000 branches. So this is one advantage. We can customize the account for your customer. What is the requirement? We can customize. No charges account. You have free demand draft, free RTGS NEFT, everything will be free for them. So this is one thing that we thought we'll just take you through this. So all detail when we meet you, we will give you in detail. Just giving a small idea about it. Third part, sir, is our housing loan. I'm sure that this is one area where, as our Sakila had told, there is almost 20-25% market share we have on this housing loan, and we offer balance transfer at a without any processing fees. We can take a balance transfer without processing fees, and that we are giving to the customers at a very low rate, 8.5% rate of interest. Working capital, fourth part is the working capital. With respect to working capital, any cases which you recommend, which you feel there is a merit into that, rate of interest will never be a challenge with the bank. Okay, sir. So this is the four major thing. Then we have salary accounts. The bank provides one of the best salary account facilities for the customers. Only thing they need to have around 18, 10 staff in an organization, we can give a salary for, which is a zero balance facility. Then, sir, we have forex rates. So the customers who are using the trade forex, we can give one of the best currency conversion rates, which is almost in line to the interbank rates. So, shortage of time, I will just take this 5 or 10, this whatever time we took. Thank you for your time that you have given and your patient listening. So all these things we will come and we will explain you in detail. But any of these things that comes to your mind you want, we will leave our contact details here, and we will also share your email to your registered mail ID. So you can please get in touch with us or ask us to come and we can come and explain to you, sir. Uh, sir,
Morning everyone. So, this is Srinivas. So I'm taking care mortgage business in the bank for Tamil Nadu and Kerala. So very proud to get this an opportunity to present about the bank. So thanks to Ugo and Subhash sir. So basically I'm handling a mortgage product. So we need your support. So this product will definitely help all your clients. We are having a very good market share again here in the mortgage segment as well in the entire state of Kerala. And we are basically funding this to all the salaried NRI and resident Indians, and also self-employed professionals like you, and to the doctors, and self-employed non-professionals like traders who are into the service industry, and as well as wholesale and retail traders. And we are accepting very all the properties, almost all the properties bearing land and agriculture properties. We are accepting residential, commercial, industrial, warehouse, school, college, hospital, hotels. All the properties we are accepting as a properties are accepting as a collateral under mortgages in the bank. And similarly, we are funding to all the entities like private proprietorship from individual, private limited companies, limited companies, and LLP, and even to HUF entities, partnership firms. We are lending to all these entities as well. And we are the minimum loan amount what we are giving under mortgage is around 11 lakhs, and there is no limit. Even we are funding, even we have disbursed some cases even last month also, some 10 days back, even we have disbursed around 160 crores, 130 crores under mortgages. And so there is no limit. The minimum loan amount is limit only 11 lakhs, and the tenor maximum we are going up to 180 months for all the self-employed segment, and for a salaried even we are going up to 20 years as well. So, and we are funding term loan under mortgage segment, and also we are funding loan for purchase of the commercial property. If any of your clients planning to purchase any commercial property, that we will lend. And also we are funding a drop line overdraft facility, which is like a working capital facility for a longer period. Unlike a normal CCOD, which the contract between the bank and the client will be for a period of 1 year, where here the contract between the bank and the customer will be for a period of 10 to 180, so 10 years to 15 years. So this is a drop-in overdraft facility. So and then the other product is loan for loan against rent receivables. So against the rent receivables, what are the future rentals we will discount and will give loan against the commercial property. And we are lending up to maximum 65% of the market value on commercial property, and going up to 70 to 75% on the residential properties. And not only just on the income basis on the financials, based on the income tax returns, and even we have a surrogates, even we can fund to the customer basis the banking behavior as well. And we are lending as good as up to 7.5 crores basis of banking behavior. So this is all about mortgages. So we need your support. So we can definitely support all your clients. Thank you.
so thank you so much. Thanks, sir. Excuse me, just if there is any queries or anything that you want to ask now, should we pass the mic? Any queries, sir? Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry that you took some time to your questions.
Thank you so much, Team HDFC. I hope that you benefit our members as well as their clients. Now we are coming to the end of the formal inaugural session. We now request our secretary, CA Julie G. Varghese, to propose a vote of thanks. After this, we'll be having a short tea break and then our session will begin.
Respected Chairman, Ramakrishnan Sir, Vice Chairperson, Central Council Members, CA Rajendra Kumar Sir, Session Speakers, CA Uttam Chand Jain Sir and CA Sriram Shekhar. It is indeed a honor and proud moment that our tenure again witnessed CA Rajendra Kumar Sir, Central Council Member once again for the second time. Thank you, Rajendra Kumar Sir. Sir, please be on the dais. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable support and guidance. We expect that for the future as well. Please. Sir, now I request our chairman to adorn our Central Council member with a Ponnada. Thank you, sir. And I also request our chairman to hand over a memento as a token of affection. Thank you, sir. Now, I also take this opportunity to thank the Tax Audit Quality Review Board and its chairman, C. Raj Chawla, sir, for supporting us and for conducting today's seminar. Thank you. Also, thanking you, both the speakers, C. Sriram Shekhar and C. Uttam Chand Jain, sir, in advance for finding your valuable time for our members. Thank you so much. Thank you all our members for your patient listening and have a great listening today. Thank you. We'll have a tea break today. Now, sir. We'll reassemble within 10 minutes, please.
Julie. So you are a director there, independent director or government nominee? Kerala government.
I request our Vice Chairperson, C. Rama Sharma, to formally introduce the speaker.
C. Uttam Chand B.J. He's a commerce graduate from AMJ College, Chennai. He's in practice from 1996. He is partner in UCJ and Associates. He is a founder partner. Presently, management committee member, Chartered Accountant Study Circle, Chennai. He had also held the position for 2 terms of 3 years. He is a director, International Chamber of GST Professionals. He is a committee member, Seminar Public Relation and Membership Development Committee, Bombay Chartered Accountant Society, since 2019-20 for 5th year in a row. He is in the online panel of experts to address queries of members on bank branch audit 2022 as well as 23. He has actively participated in revision of various publications of ICI. He has presented papers on bank audit, tax audit, income tax matters, tally as an audit tool at SARC and various branches of SARC for students as well as the members. He is a trainer, tally special classes for chartered accountants, tally solutions private limited initiative. He was also the trainer, National Academy of Customs, Excise and Narcotics. It was an ICI initiative. He is a tally product evangelist. He is a life member of Bombay Chartered Accountant Society, Chamber of Tax Consultants, Mumbai. He is the first generation chartered accountant, happily married to Manju Devi, blessed with 3 daughters and a son. And her eldest daughter is a chartered accountant in practice and also the partner in a firm. Sir, over to you.
Happy afternoon. What is this? Happy afternoon. Still not there. That energy has to be there. Then only food will be provided. Because the lunch is in my hand right now. Only if I stop, the lunch will be provided. Hope so. Respected chairman, the other office bearers of Trivandrum branch, past chairman, ladies and gentlemen, members, it's my proud privilege to stand before you to do a dual task, because the Central Council member, my good friend Rajendra Kumar, had said I am going to take class by class, but that was not the subject allotted to me. But I'll try to do both. I'll try to do both audit in and around tally, as well as try to do some important classes, particularly which class you want? 44. Particularly 44, because I have my own views, which I did give when the revision happened in 2022. The tax audit guidance note revision happened in 2022. I was part of the team from Chennai to do the revision, and on class 44 we had a brainstorming and we did give a write-up saying that this is what has to be done, and the chairman at that time, Direct Taxes Committee, flew to Chennai to discuss this matter. So that level it was there, and then they said, what you say is correct, but we cannot take it up from the institute level because it will be against the purpose for which the class 44 has been put. And then we argued on all the matters, and then finally they landed up in between the two extremes. And that was the disclaimer which was given. And then the heated argument happened in the council, and finally it came out with the disclaimer. But how long you can give a disclaimer? That is the question which is there now. So I will give a way out which is neither a disclaimer nor a claim. Nothing is there in between. So it is a way out which I will try to give, and that will be given at the fag end, provided you are awake and asking for it. But that is the way I deal with it. Because I deal with members, I deal with students, I deal with officers, and my nickname in Chennai in the classes is something. Can you even guess? Gabbar Singh. That is my nickname, Gabbar Singh. And that's what I thought. The chairman has also kept the key there. So no one can go out. I can just lock and put my key into my pocket. Possible. That's the reason why they kept the keys there in the door itself. Huh? No, this is the shortcut method which you want. No? This is a shortcut. This is what is happening. This is what is happening because we want everywhere shortcuts. Who has to remember which key, which door, where to keep it, where it was kept? Better keep it in the door itself. Instead of keeping outside, keep it inside. That's the only thing. This is a shortcut, no? But the problem is, if someone wants to give you trouble, he has to just take away the key. So you can never lock this. You cannot prepare a duplicate key. What is the next option? Change the lock. That model is not available. This is a problem. This is a real problem in our life. Change the handle, the same size handle doesn't come. Same size lock doesn't come. So you have to do some adjustment. And then they are not chartered accountants, so they do some adjustment. Midway they find out, no? It's like a big four. Not possible, change the door itself. If door is not possible to be changed, change the frame itself. So this today's world is that way only. So if you want to change something, change the entire thing. Myself and Rajendra Kumar have cleared CA in the same year. Maybe one attempt earlier he has cleared. I cleared in 96. And he has also cleared in 96. I think both are in May 96. He is also in May 96. So both are cleared together, started together. And as he said, from caterpillar to butterfly I have become. I was forced by Rajendra Kumar to get into all this. Like, I attended some meetings on a particular organization. There are 12 meetings held in a year, every month one meeting. My attendance was 100%. So he said 100%, so punishment. You become the secretary of the association. So I was forced to speak as a secretary. That was not enough. In 2009, when he became the chairman of SARC, he pulled one of the faculty in the ITT to accounts department in SARC. So there was no faculty for taking tally classes in ITT. And the ITT boss at that time is today also there, Sabri Geesan, who has become the now director, assistant director, SARC. He was daily troubling RK saying that you have taken away my faculty, how do I take classes? How do I conduct my classes? And at that time I entered. Without asking me, he said he will take classes. That's how I landed up. And that's how I got a lot of opportunities, and every opportunity I got, I took it with both the hands and tried to prepare myself and then make the presentation. Now coming to the subject, saying audit in and around Tally, because majority of our clients are having books of accounts in Tally, and that's the reason why we should be able to use the Tally Prime to the maximum so that our work gets easier to do it, because there is something called TDS TCS. We don't know which TDS, whether it's income tax TDS or the GST TDS. A lot of TDS are there. In the break, one of the members were just discussing, saying that they have directed 2% TDS. I said, look at 26 years, whether it is TDS under income tax or go to the website and see it is a TDS under or TCS under GST. Look at that. If it does not come, so if you are going to go and ask the banker for majority of the bank audit fees, they would have done this 2% deduction. If the fees is more than 2 lakhs, they would have done it. So these draconian provisions are there in TDS, like 194Q. If I have not complied with 194Q, what could be the consequences? In clause 34, and the other clause is 20, if I am not wrong, or 17, whichever clause it is there, which is relating to 40A IA. Now my question is, if I am not complied with 194Q, what are the consequences? Why should all I report? I want answers. I want participation. If I have not dealt with 194Q, 194Q is relating to purchases. Purchases, TDS, I should have deducted. I have not deducted. What are the consequences? Because you are going to complete the audit and upload the forms. Whatever you do, who is going to suffer? Assessee is going to suffer. What are the consequences? Disallowances under 40A IA. 40A IA. Correct? Yes? Be prepared for a disciplinary action against you. What is not required to be reported under the law and you report it, that means what? So if you are going beyond what is required to be done, the interpretation of statute has to come into place now. Anyone remember section 40? If you have the app, you can just pull out section 40. If you have the app, or if you have the act, you have the act here, sir? Can you call for the act? So that someone can help me in reading the section. Because very important that you have to read the section. You should not go by the concept of saying that this is a violation, so I am going to report it. If I am not going to report it, I am in the soup. First, I have to safeguard my skin. Second, I have to safeguard the skin of the assessee. Third, I have to safeguard the skin of the officer also. Otherwise, he is not going to help me. Unless until I give him all the data, all the information correctly, can he pass an order in my favor? He will not. He will not take the courage of passing an order in your favor unless until there is a supporting information. If you go to any court of law, whether it is a tribunal or the High Court or the Supreme Court, it is based on the argument which you place. They are going to give you a support. If you are not going to place an argument, you want the judge to read the law, the judge to apply all the case laws, the judge to decide on your favor, no chance. Yes, sir, section 40. You are able to call out? Yes, sir. If you are able to call out, read the starting line in section 40.
Section 40A, IA.
No, don't go to IA. That's a problem. That's a problem with us. We straight away go to the conclusion. No. Section 40, starting line. Notwithstanding anything contained in section 30 to 38. Section 30 to 38. It is not 28. 30 to 38. Where do you claim it purchases? Purchases is claimed where? Above the line, below the line item. The above the line item is claimed under section 28. There are empty number of judgment. We say that purchase is claimed under 28. If it is claimed under 28, 40 will not apply. If 40 cannot apply, subclause of 40 cannot apply. So I will report under 34, but I will not report under the other clause, 24 or 20, whichever is the clause. For the 40A, I will not report. However, I have to document it in my. See, they were talking about today morning saying that one book they have shared with you. It is more like a checklist. It's more like a checklist. What are the documents you are going to keep for your audit working papers? And that is what also I am going to do when I am going to do with the Tally software itself. From software, how do I do sampling? How do I create my working papers and keep it? So that level we will go. Now coming back to that 194Q. 194Q is on purchases and purchases is claimed under section 28. Hence 40A IA will not apply. This you have to document it along with the case law relating to purchase allowed as. If you read 40A3, 40 capital A3, it does not talk about 30 to 38. It talks about all the deductions. That's the difference, subtle difference between the wordings in the section. So you have to read the section accordingly. You have to read the section accordingly. You may have a different view, but I am saying how to safeguard ourselves and safeguard the assessee. And at the same level, when you are going to present it to the AO may be also convinced based on your arguments. So even if he wants to support you, he will be able to support you based on that argument. Even if he doesn't support you, when you go up the ladder, you will say, I have given this information, he has not considered it. So it has to go back to for a remand report. So that's how it will help you. So the serious TCS provisions, the guidance note says that you can do it on test check basis. I am not saying. Guidance note says that. The institute says that it can be done on test check basis. Number one. Number two, it says how to check it. How to check it? What is the guidance for checking the TDS TCS provision applicability? They say based on the return file. Based on the TDS returns file. So it's like seeing the Xerox and the original. Original and Xerox. Will you find any difference? Is it a waste of time? So according to me, that approach is not correct. You have to see whether the TDS is applicable on every section, every ledger or transaction, and whether they have done it. If you have done the data in Tally, and if you have activated the TDS module, so I normally tell the client saying that I will set up all your data designing. They call account designing. Account designing is one terminology where I say I will set up your entire system of accounting and see to it that your compliance of law happens correctly. So I will create the ledger and I will say activate TDS on this. So up to 31/3/2023, I have done it. So I have checked it last year. All the ledgers which are there have been actively linked it to TDS. So what is the check which I have to do for this year, for March 23? If I have done it for March 22, for March 22, what I have to, 23, what I have to do? I have to find out which are the new ledgers created during this period and those ledgers whether they have been linked it to TDS or not, correct? So I should know which are the ledgers which are newly created. We will see how it can be seen in Tally Prime, how the audit module in Tally itself, that the CAT tool in Tally, can be used to see all those. The next one is the bigger one, GST. GST is a bigger one, so bigger screen. Why this is bigger one? Should I do GST audit first or tax audit first? Both. Both cannot be done together. Why? Why? Complicated. No. You are true and fair. True and fair view of a balance sheet will affected because of the GST audit. Take for example, RCM I have not paid. So I have to create a liability. Accrual system I have to create a liability. Similarly, I have exempted service, I have taxable service. So input reversal, rule 46. Proportionate input reversal. Whether I have done it or not, all my liabilities have been correctly accrued or not. If I have to see that, then the GST audit has to be done. I'll give a simple example and tell me how many of you have kept the name board outside your office on the which is visible from the road? Yes. How many of you kept the GST number on that? Why? Why did you keep there? Why did you keep there? Because the law requires you to keep it. If you don't keep it, how much is the penalty? 10,000 rupees is the penalty. Under CGST, under SGST and IGST. They may levy on under either it has to be on IGST or on the CGST. If it is CGST, SGST also will come together. It all depends on who is your assessing officer or proper officer. Correct? So damage is how much? 10,000. Okay. I have come from Chennai. I am staying here. I see your name board. I don't like you. So what can I do? What damage I can do for you? What damage I can do for you? I will just go from see the number, click a photo, take that number, go to a shop here, see the consequences which are there. Go to a shop here and then say, I buy some item, give your name, give your GST number, pay cash, take the product and go. What are the consequences now? It will appear in your 2A, not 2A, 2B, because I have already paid, he will also pay. So it will appear in 2B. So when you do the reconciliation of 2B, what should you do now? Not mine. Majority of the accountant will say, not mine, over. What is the next step? If I don't take the next step, what are the consequences? What could be the consequences? Say I go to a particular place, I buy lot of products, textile goods, like a wholesaler I buy. I buy for 1.5 lakh. Let me take the maximum rate, 28%. So I want to buy for 3 lakhs. He says 3 lakhs, I will not accept cash for one bill. So maybe 2 bills. One in the morning, one in the evening. In between there are other bills. So these are independent transactions, 269 ST will not apply. Both are independent transactions. Each transaction is less than 2 lakhs. So 3 lakhs I have purchased. I paid GST on that. Over. Now what the GST department will say? You purchased it, but you don't want to show it. It's an oppression. What did you do with this 3 lakh product? You sold it. Let me take a margin of 10%. So 3 lakh 30,000 plus GST on that is your output liability. Will I get the input? Why? Because I have not claimed it. And it happens after 3 years or 5 years. Because this can be also fraud now. So what are the consequences now? You have interest, you have tax, you have penalty, and it can go up to prosecution if you don't take any step. This is under the GST law. Now coming to income tax law. And the income tax law, what they will say? This 3 lakhs is unexplained expenditure. What is the rate of tax? What is the rate of tax? 78.5%. And if it is after 3 years, it will be 110% with interest. So much more than the value. So coming to Trivandrum, I can do this much of damage. Unless until you react. How do you react? You have to? This is a nice one. So you have to respect you, otherwise you will do all this kind of damage. It can happen to anyone. It can happen to even institute. It can happen to anyone. And that's the reason why I tell my clients not to display on the main board. You display smallly on your glass board. Somewhere you have not the door. Paste it on the door. When the shutter comes down, at least in the daytime, if someone takes a photo, I know that someone is taking, I can ask him why you are taking. Right? Now, how to overcome this problem? The problem to overcome this is you should have immediately reacted. How do you react? You know the GST number. Based on the GST number, you can do a GST and search. You will get an address. Correct? Yes or no? Once you get an address, shoot a letter to them by speed post. Issue a legal notice also. It may cost you 500 rupees, 1000 rupees, worth it. Say that I have taken all the steps, but that person has not reversed it, so he is to be blamed. I will be safer. I'll have a good ground to go up and argue, saying that I have taken all which is available in my hand, including the GST department itself. I'll write a letter to them. I'll write a letter to even the GST department officer, my proper officer, wherever I am registered, saying these guys have all uploaded this. These are not pertaining to me. I have responded to them, but they are not responding at all. You have all the powers in the world to, like in income tax, they say no. I am asking for confirmation letter. This guy is not giving. How will I produce? So what do? You write a letter to the AO saying that, sir, you have the power under 131 to summon. You have power under 142(1) to ask for information. So you can ask for the information. If it still doesn't give, with that power you cannot get, and without power, how can I get? So I can always go for it. So please do check on this. The 2B reconciliation, I have seen majority of them saying, not mine, not mine, not mine, work over. The accountant says, not mine, over. Without his knowledge, the proprietor would have gone somewhere, done a personal expenditure, but given the GST number here. That could be reason why it is coming. Possible. Possible. So all possibilities you have to keep open. First, ask the assessee whether you have dealt with this guy, maybe for personal reason. Try to find out what that particular person is doing and try to work it out. So this GST 99C becomes most relevant before we venture into tax audit. At least, if you are in Tally Prime 3.0.1, which is the latest version, you can do a reconciliation of the GSTR1 already filed. The GSTR1 already uploaded, GSTR2B can be reconciled from Tally itself, possible, provided you have captured the data correctly. So that's how the designing of accounts comes very, very relevant. If you have designed your accounts properly, your work, because today what is the shortage? What shortage we have? Time is later. Staff. Articles. Rare commodity. And it will become more rare because of the 2-year period now. And then we have a dangerous provision saying that if anyone has to come into practice, he has to do a 1-year training under a practicing chartered accountant. Who will keep? Will I expose myself? If say for example, he is going to talk on case law, so he is aware of case laws. If I keep, I will expose myself that I don't know. Or he is smart enough, he will come, I will go out. I may be forced to go. Well, my number of assistants will dwindle because he comes, he gives the best service and he goes. Wherever he goes, the client also goes. Today there is nothing called goodwill. We don't go to the same hotel again. Correct? So we like to go to new hotels. So even the associate would like to go to new places. So be prepared. So we are here on the horse, pushing all the cattle into the same. So one jumps over non-compliance. Others goes correctly. We tell them so many times. You go inside, you jump and cross over, not allowing us to do anything. And then we have something called really high value risk which we have, but at the same time it's a high opportunity. In every practicing unit you can create a vertical. I was just talking on the dais with the vice chairperson. Audit trail munje acha. Audit trail session is over or what? Yes. And then I asked who spoke. Then I kept quiet. Simple. I have no comments to make. After that. Because this audit trail, one of the major problem in audit trail is, how many of you are thinking that you are going to do the audit trail on audit? How many of you are going to do the audit trail and say that audit trail is there in place or not? How many of you have corporate audit? We have corporate audit. So audit trail is compulsory. Others who have not raised the hands, that doesn't mean they don't have corporate audit. They don't want to expose themselves. Be sure next year you have interim budget and then the full budget will come. During the full budget, the same provision will come under income tax law, GST law. Because they have found out that how you do the adjustment. So you should know where the adjustments are done. In Tally, I can show you. If I can show you in Tally, the same applies in other software also. The same thing applies in other software also. So I will show you here which is the dangerous area. Now it will happen. So in case of an audit trail, if I do the audit and I also do the audit for audit trail, then I am taking the maximum risk. Why? Because what does the audit trail say? From the source till this date, what all the changes is being captured and kept, and this information was active throughout the year. So if there are something which have been kept active throughout the year, and that's what changes made. So I had one simple example I have one example saying that there's an invoice of say 1 lakh. And that invoice is changed thereafter to 1,000. 1 lakh changed to 1,000, changed to 2 lakhs, changed to 1,000. So what could be the issue now? This is available. This is available. I am able to see. What is the problem now? In one place, I'll say audit trail is available. Yes, throughout the year available. Right from beginning till there end, it is available. There are 3 points. All the 3 points I say positive. What is the consequence now? Let me give another example. Majority of you are not raising your invoice in your office, correct? Right? Your staff is raising the invoice. Right? How many of you are doing through Tally? No one is doing through Tally. So you are not raising the invoice at all. This is a problem. For us, this is another problem. Raising invoice itself is a delay. Collecting is further delayed. So this year fees, next year. Next year fees, next to next year. If at all we are able to collect it before the audit. If not, both together next year. That's the problem. So how many of you, how do you raise your invoice? Which software you are using? As a Winman, okay? Others are not raising. One said Tally, one said Winman, Tally, Zoho. How many of you have kept security on their invoicing? No one? No one? It's like going to a petrol bunk and saying that please provide me a bill. I want 1,000 rupees bill, I am having TS50. 1,000 rupees petrol bill. Will you give? He will give. What's the problem? You have to only smile once, that's all. He will give. Reimbursement, sir. Okay. I have bike. Oh, then okay, take. He gives. Did you buy? No. Same thing, I go to your office, I find the weakness of that particular person who is doing the accounts. For reimbursement, small bill. You go to hotels, this happens. Where you stay, in a particularly smaller hotels, where you stay, you ask 1,000 rupees bill, actually it's 500, you ask 1,000 rupees bill, they'll give. They'll give. Actually it is 500, but they'll give 1,000 rupees bill for you. So I go to your office, ask him a bill, saying give me bill of 3,000 rupees. Instead of 1,000, you give me 3,000. So he goes to a particular bill, changes the name, takes a printout and gives me and restores it back to the same person 1,000 rupees. Consequences. See, every action has a reaction. You have to react because I am asking you some question, you have to react. I am in the first slide. It's already 12:45. I have not gone to the content, tally file, because I have to speak up to 5:30. No? Yes. So what happens is, if this bill is caught, say for example, it comes to me, you are a GST registered person, and the GST officer sees this particular bill and picks up that bill and says, I have a doubt on this bill now. You being a registered person, you deal with a registered person, but why you are not taking input? Why you are not taking input? I have a doubt. So he comes and asks you, did you give any bill to him? You will say, no, sir, this bill was given to him. So they will go after him and ask, what is that? All the three of us will be in fake bill concept. All the three. You did nothing. Still, he did everything. Still, he purchased, he genuinely used it. Because of one small gap, all this will happen. Coming back to audit trail, if these changes are going to be captured and kept inside, saying the bill was 1 lakh, changed to 1000, changed to 2 lakhs, changed to 1000, then true and fair is getting affected. So if I am going to do the audit trail, I may land up in saying true and fair is affected. So what should I do? You should share the risk. If I am going to do the audit trail, what I will look at it? I will not look into the content, I look into the process. Whether there is a capturing of information available from source to destination. So I will give a certificate saying that I have looked into it, and that's what I have said in one of the speeches, saying that you should do audit trail vouching. What is audit trail vouching? One of the members called me, one of my friends in Tirupati called me and said, you have created a new you have coined a new name called audit trail vouching. I said, yes, this audit trail vouching has to be done and documented also. So this audit trail is going to become a very, very dangerous scenario. Be prepared for it. And with this, we do the audit. So we have the GST scenario I told you, TDS scenario I told you, GSTR 990 issue I told you, and then I also told you the high value risk and opportunity which is there. And with that, we do the audit where we have to combine everything, law, compliances, everything has to come inside, and then we have to complete the audit. So what you do today can improve all your tomorrows, and that is should be the thumb rule from today onwards, if it is not there already. What you do today can improve all your tomorrows. So the way you have done the audit this year, it should improve my activity quality next year. How I improve my quality next year, I have to decide. So how many of you know ODBC? How many of you do tally to ODBC? How many of you write SQL? We'll come to the last slide, SQL. And I'll say why SQL is important, then ODBC. It's like relying on a TDL. What is a TDL? An add-on package. It can be a TCP or a TDL. Tally definition language is a TDL full form. TDL is something which is written, which can interfere with your input-output. Always deliver more than expected. So more than expected, I write everything. I'll put all the content. So the assessing officer will put everything. So someone asks for tally data. So what do I do? What should I do? The AO on a faces scenario, say upload tally data. What should I do? Should I upload or not? If I upload, there's a problem. If I don't upload, there's a problem. Should I upload or not? I should not upload. I'll tell you when I'm going to live tally, if the guy is very intelligent, the other side, he will create havoc for it. How many of you have seen the screen and remember the screen of ledger? How many parameters are there on a ledger when you capture? Maybe around 25. Actually, it is 450 or 448 or 458. parameters for every ledger captured. So I have to just give a command and take out the information. And I can tell you what you have done, how you have done, when you have done. This is my pet. This is my pet slide. Right from 2009, I have been using this. Whether it is for member, whether it is for student, whether it is for officer, whether at the level of assistant commissioner or at the level of inspector, this side is pet. So destination, source, path, experience. Any student here? No students. But now newly qualified chartered accountant. So they are neither chartered accountant nor student. Okay. Everything is recent, madam. 50 years is also recent. In the tea break, they were saying, I'm a senior citizen. I said, you are not senior, you are becoming younger and younger. You are still coming, you are learning. So you are younger. He said, I'm 82. Then 18 left. Then 18 left. Right? So tell me, if I am doing the tax audit, what is my starting point? You have to guide your students from your staff. What is the starting point for doing a tax audit? Appointment letter. Don't go to very basic. Whether turnover is more than that or not, all that has been done. Now you have to start the work. Anyone from outside Trivandrum here? Except me? You are from outside Trivandrum. Nagarkoi. Good. So I have a. Sir, your office is? Trivandrum. Okay. You are here, I am here, he has to go to your place. Guide him. I am here, you are here, he doesn't have a smartphone. He doesn't have a phone at all. He lost his phone. Guide him how to go. Not to your office. Yeah, from here. Nothing personal, sir. Whatever I am trying to do is, I am trying to just blow up the lacuna which we have. Yeah, tell me.
What are the results that he have? Take a bike or car?
You have to tell how he has to go. If you want questions, you can ask him the questions. So he has asked the question whether you have car with you. Okay. No. No is the answer. Okay. No, no. That's just it's So the answer is, I will just update what he has said. He said a particular place, 3 kilometers from here, there is a BSNL office. Behind the BSNL office is his office. Behind the BSNL office is his office. Will you be able to go, sir? He doesn't have money also. So you didn't ask him, you asked him whether you have a car. He may have a bike. He may have a cycle. Correct? He may like to go 3 kilometers walking. Possible. So what is the mode of transport? That is the path. Destination is your office. Source is this place. So you said everything, but today there is a dharna there. So it is diverted. Experience. I have broken up the activity within this 4. Whichever activity you take, you can break it up like this. Any activity you think of, you can break it like this. The problem is, what is the mode of transport you use? You come through an auto. You came by normally what is your car? That is the reason why first question asks whether you have a car. We are preconceived with whatever we are doing. We are preconceived with whatever you are doing. So audit, what do you say? Last year audit, current year audit. Take last year's data, copy, replace. First 22 to 23. First change. You don't even read the clauses which was not available or not applicable last year, applicable this year. You don't even look at it. You don't even look at it. If there are students, how do you prepare for exams? How do you prepare for exams? I'm seeing at the younger lot. How do you prepare for the exam? They'll say classes. Classes is part. My source is writing that exam. So my suggested answers, my revision test papers of the earlier years, if I read, I'll be able to know. But then suddenly student says, if I read, I'll get confused, I'll be afraid. To remove that fairness of the fear, you have to read that. You have to read like a newspaper. How do you read a newspaper? From first page to last page, everything? No. You just glance. And then whatever is interesting, you read more. Based on the header. Same way you will read the suggested answers. Once you read the suggested answers, your interest will get kindled. What you thought is your pet subject or a favorite subject or you don't have any fear on that subject, you will get fear. And the subject in which you did not have fear, your perception will change. So the starting point is destination. Destination is your starting point for any activity. Like going to his place, his office, 3 kilometers from here, I will not take a flight ticket. Correct? So destination decides my path. Destination decides my path. So if you are going to select tax audit as a tool for your articles and stuff, I will tell them to go and read the Form 3CD because that is the final destination which is required. Cull out all the information which are relevant. And if you go to today they have shared you that file. If you read that particular file, if you are able to convert that into Excel, it becomes your checklist. Applicable, not applicable. If applicable, how to do it. So we are coming to agenda now at 1 o'clock. So the agenda is how to do planning and programming when the data is in Tally. When the data is in Tally, what is audit planning and programming? When I will start, when I will complete, who will do what, which area has to be done, which is the most dangerous voucher in accounts, which is against double entry system. So what is double entry system? I can't ask seniors, juniors. What is double entry system? Every debit should have a credit with equal amount. So that is double entry system. Can you give me an example of a transaction which is against the double entry system in Tally? So it's become easier. Because this is applicable in all softwares have this. Opening balance is not a transaction. Closing balance is also not a transaction. It's only balancing. Closing stock is also balancing. And that's the reason why I say these are very, very dangerous vouchers. And if these vouchers are there are two types of vouchers like this. One is information, the other is transaction per se. The transaction per se is stock journal. In a stock journal, you can say consumption, no production. I can say consumption, full value, production, zero value. Consumption, 100 rupees, production, same item, 200 rupees. So my entire valuation will go for a 6. You cannot find it out through your normal method. So stock journal are the most dangerous voucher in any software. Nomenclature may be different. For example, you call billwise in Tally. In aviation, they call dimension. In some software, they will call flag. all are same. Nomenclature will differ based on who is preparing the software. These are the gimmicks they play around in the information technology. So how do I program? Who will look into what? Which I have to look into myself. The second danger is physical stock. Yesterday I was just doing a review of the data. I saw 185 physical stock entry. What they did, they made some sales entry. 100 piece of this item sold. So negative stock. How to bring positive stock? Physical stock. You're okay with that. It is available, I sold. Sorry, I'm using Tamil in between. I had this stock, I sold. But from where did you buy that? Your entire books can be rejected based on this. Saying that you are doing all kind of adjustment. So I will do best judgment. I will not accept your books. Possible. Data analysis. How do I analyze the data which is available in TallyPrime? This applies to other software also. When I am talking about TallyPrime, it is under my control. I can do whatever command I want, I can give, I can do it. If it is a SAP, for example, you have done the bank audit. How many of you have done bank audit, branch audit? Almost everyone? Canara Bank? Three of them here. Good. What was the first file you asked for? No. No one asked for last year audit report, all that. First file which you asked for data. Loan balance file. What is the loan given? What is the outstanding? First to decide how much fees I will get. Did you check that file? Did you do a data analysis on that file? Just go and do it now. To your surprise, the date of sanction in all the cells will not be there. Few cells it will be junk characters. That means what? That means I cannot rely on the data. There cannot be any loan account created in the software, Finacle, without a sanction date. Correct? Then how can a data can be pulled out without a date? So what we did, I am on the Canara Bank panel. So immediately we raised a question, we shooted a mail to the branch manager asking him to talk to the EDP. EDP did not reply even after 10 days. He doesn't have an answer. He also gave a run a command. That run command has not worked correctly. And that's the reason why I say don't believe on ODBC. ODBC is also run command, third party software running on the data. For a split second, if there is a disconnect, the report which will come out is wrong. So what I prefer is, at any point of time, I will give a command to Tally. Let it give the report in Tally. Then I will export into Excel. And that is what is SQL. We will see that. How to do sampling? In Tally, sampling can be strategic sampling or it can be a simple sampling, like I like March, I like September, I like April, so do OG for these 3 months. Or I like all even numbers, 50% or 100%. Or I say amount more than this, less than this. Or all amount more than this. So all these are biased. Biased with my thought process. So how to do the sampling then? Either you have a software which is called Idea software and so on and so forth. There are 2 or 3 softwares in the market. If you are rich enough, you can buy that. Because minimum is 1 lakh and every add-on module will be additional charges. But if it is in Tally, any system, anywhere, you can do it. Possible if you have a license. The sampling in Tally can become strategic sampling without bias by going for the Benford method. What is Benford method? There is a theorem called Benford which says that number 1 to 9 in a population, the first number of 1 to 9 is used in a particular pattern. That is, 1 is used for 33 times. If you can go to Google, give a search on Winford, it will give you 133, 9, 17, that way it will give you. That method I can apply. I can apply Winford method again 2 ways, positive, negative. What is positive? I agree to Winford method. Negative, I don't agree to Winford method. Both ways it will generate the sample and give you. And I can do through Tally itself the vouching. And after doing the vouching, I find that he has to produce some document. So I can say who has to produce the document. X has to produce document that is based on the user ID. With that user ID login, he will be able to see what has been asked for. So you may have a doubt. Sir, you have done everything. After you do and complete and go, I change it. I change after you complete and go. What will happen? Whatever you have done, documenting saying vouching has been completed, will go and fall into re-vouching. It will move from vouch to re-vouch. Go for re-vouch or re-audit. And then lastly, we will try to see what is SQL, structured query language, where I give a command on the software to cull out the information and give. So we have to do the risk management. What are the risks we are going to do in a tax audit? We have to identify the risk. One identification could be whether the TDS has been directed on all the transaction. All the transaction means applicable transaction. Whether TDS has been directed on all the application transaction is the risk. So I have identified the risk saying that this is the risk which is there. Assess the risk. What happens if I don't deduct? So my TDS report, clause 34 and the other clause will get affected. And if I don't report there are consequences. How do I control the risk now then? That means I should have activated the TDS module on the transaction which are liable for TDS. I should have done it. And then if I have done that, every now and then I have to review. Like I said now, which are the ledgers now created. I have done for March 23 now. I have gone to the client space, I have done everything now. From 23 onwards, how many new ledgers they have created? So I have to have the control first. One, who creates the ledger. Two, if created, whether he has the right to change it. If he has the right to change it, whether I can track what are the changes he has done. That is what is audit trail. You should have a session fully on that because we are already too late. We always be prepared at the fag end. Today morning, Rajendra Kumar said, they are doing it, you bring it to our notice, we will change it. But we always what we do? We never bring to their notice. And after it comes, what is this they have done? They should have done this. What should we have done? Because they came with a draft. Guidance note on tax audit draft came out, asking for how many of us reacted. I will recommend to the management committee, because they are right now not here. You should have a subcommittee here to look into all this draft and give suggestions. You have to look into it. So there's a two-way. If I have 1 rupee, you have 1 rupee. We exchange how many rupees we have each? 1 rupee. If I have one idea, you have one idea. We exchange ideas. How many ideas we have? No. No. Minimum 2. It is my capability to multiply that. It's your capability to multiply that. And that's the reason why when you go to the gurus who are teaching your management and all that, they'll put a table and they'll say from here to that side, how can I go? So how many ways you will tell? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. Management guru will say, ask a child. He will say, I'll go from here, there, again here. This is another way out. I'll go from the terrace, break this terrace, fall into that side. Possible. So there are various methods which are there. You have to just look into it. So your entire thing starts with identifying the risk. So whether it is a GST, whether it is a true and fair, audit trail, you have to identify the risk. Then coming to audit program. So you have to do the audit program. Today is 14th. People will come on 25th. Dump the data, do it. How do you do a program? Then you have to know the risk which you are taking. How do I do it within a shorter span? If you give me data in Tally, the entire sampling and ledger scrutiny. What is ledger scrutiny? Seniors will tell. But that was the main area of audit. The core area of audit where the partners in charge and the manager in charge will do it. Ledger scrutiny. If you have done your ledger scrutiny correctly, you are very near to true and fair. You are very, very near to true and fair because every ledger you go and see what are the transactions, whether their transactions are to be looked into further or not. For example, opening balance lying as it is, closing balance, why it is lying. So I can go by that method. So establish the area of priority. Like I said, your stock journal. Stock journal is an area of priority. This establish that. If it is a sales, what is the area of priority? How will I do vouching for sales? I'll ask the question. The sales invoice are raised by through the software or outside. If it is through the software and if there are controls in place, say I am the salesperson, once I enter it, it automatically generates e-way bill, e-invoice, saves it, prints it, goes out, I cannot go and look into it again. That is the control I have. Then taking a smaller sample is enough. No need to take a bigger sample also. Because otherwise I will be doing only Xerox with original verification. No use. So the area will be decided based on that. Identify auditing requirements. So what is the document which I have to do? What are the requirements which are there as per Form 3 CD? Look into it. Schedule the process of frequency in which you are doing it. I may not do it for the entire thing, sample testing, that is the frequency. Implement the process, audit process. Implement the process, what you want to do, how we want to do it. Manage the audit results. And that's how the sample increases. They say, no, you are what you call the tolerance level. If I have taken 100 vouchers, if there are errors only in 2 vouchers and that 2 errors are only very few, then my tolerance level is within that. So I'll say how much I can tolerate, 3%, 2%. So number of vouchers multiplied by that percentage, the error should be only this, otherwise I will increase the sample. Report the audit results. If they have not deducted TDS, if they have not levied GST correctly, look into it. Analyze the audit report and find out the new risks which are there. And that's how you complete the audit program. This is most important because today getting staff is getting difficult. And if the staff comes in, he gets trained, he dictates. If you give this much, I'll continue. Otherwise, I'll go out. So these CAD tools are the most important. So enhance your skills. Enhance your skills. Then normally when I tell the assessee, no, the assessee is accountant. I want this report. This all doesn't come in Tally, sir. And you have to be silent because we also don't know whether it comes or not. When you talk to someone, they say, no, this is coming. Like for example, in a bank audit, you ask for certain reports. So you have to tell that the other banks, my partner has taken out this report, you take it out. Or give it in writing that doesn't come. He will not give you in writing. So that's how you have to document it and make them do it. So your productivity time will increase when you use the audit tool. Because you have more time to look into the core areas, the main areas where the risk is. Provide better assurance and add value. Take for example, in a BRS, what value addition you can give? What value addition you can give in a BRS? I'll just try to give you an example. In my office, there's a office boy, and he is in charge of handing over the checks to the various vendors. And we have a policy saying that every vendor has to come only on Thursday and collect that check. So Wednesday I look into it, prepare the check. Thursday you can take it. But this guy keeps the check and says, check prepare. It's not yet prepared, sir. If you give me something, I'll try to push your paper first. So a prepared check will not be handed over for some reason or the other. So this check will get cleared later. I have prepared the check today. It will get cleared after 5 days or 10 days. I can do a value addition saying that regularly this is happening for your check issued, regularly this is happening for your check received. Accountant has prepared the slip and given to him. This get deposited after 3 days or 4 days. Possible? So all that value addition you can think of. I just gave you a simple example of value addition. Grow your professional team and the esteem of that. If you are going to do all this, you are surely going to accelerate your income, because this can be a vertical in itself. Designing the accounts can be a vertical in itself. You can do it for anyone. For that matter, even with SAP. I can look into it and say that what is the area in which I can look into it. Simple. You can create an SOP for a person for inward outward. Inward outward you can create an SOP. And that's what is BRC. You have ISO 9001. There is a BRC also. There is a British UK based. So someone will say you have to have BRC. I have seen how the BRC works. Take for example, how can you create a control for purchases coming into your factory? Normally what happens, the guy comes, the gate pass he enters, and the material goes, everything goes to the person who is the stores in charge. He takes it inside, he updates. He'll say, how many bottles you got? 30. Okay, 30, entered. He'll not even count it. So how to bring the control over that? So the idea which I gave was, at the gate pass level, remove the invoice. Just say the material has come from this party, this is the invoice number. Now this guy will count and pass a receipt note. And the bill will go directly to the purchase department. The purchase department will look along with the purchase order vis-a-vis the delivery note, receipt note, and pass the entry. That's how we can have the control. Gain recognition as a thought process leader. If you have not applied all this, apply now. So this is the last slide before I venture into the data improperly. I'll get into the data. What is SQL? I said SQL is a structured query language. Structured query language. I am asking a question in a structured way to the system, to the software, and it goes out. This is a course in itself. There is a course in itself called SQL. There are a lot of courses which are available. It is not that it is working only on Tally, it works on also the other software like SAP and all that. It works. Only thing is, you should be given access to the database. You are not going to touch the data. You are not going to change any of the data. You have only raise your query on the data and it will give you a result. I'll just give you an example of SQL. Select method name or names, star from which table you want the information, where the condition is so and so. So what you do? Immediately we say, leave it. This is not my cup of tea. Did you leave CA like this? Failed in one attempt. So this is not my cup of tea, leave it. Did you do cup of tea, leave it? Did you do that? Then why should you leave Here, this is the example. This is a simple example of doing an opening balance. See what happens is in a trial balance, you can say this comes in trial balance. In a trial balance, how it comes? Group name. In a trial balance, how it comes? Group name, subgroup name, subgroup name, ledger name. It goes like a tree. So we don't know. If I give F5, it gives ledger wise. Which group I don't know. So if the officer asks for a trial balance, I'll go to display trial balance F5, print and give him. He doesn't understand, so he doesn't ask you question. Give him. He doesn't understand, so he doesn't ask you question. This is to tackle an officer, not a charter account. If it is given to a charter account like this, what do you do? These are no relevance. I want along with the group under which this is there. If it is a A limited ledger or A ledger, it could have been created under, like many times what happens is salary payable is also created under employee cost. So one side salary, the other side salary payable, balance nil. The entire thing goes for a 6. So this is about structured query language where I give the command. I say I want this way only. I'll give you how we do it. I'll show you certain things. For example, GST. When you are going to do a GST audit, one of the important area is classification. Agreed? What is the HSN code they have given? What is the rate they have charged on the HSN code? Correct? Can you give me a report in Tally where this can be pulled out? What is the stock item name? Created under which group? What is the costing method on that? What is the GST classification? HSN code given? What is the rate which has been given? Under CGST, SGST, IGST. Can you think of a report in Tally where, because I want to know whether all the stock items which have been created is having that. I can write a SQL on that. I'll show you at the end how to write an SQL and pull out saying that, and then I do a test checking. I take a sample, say if it's 100 items or 1000 items. I take any 100 or any, sorry, not 100, any 10 or 20 and find a classification, because what happens is normally when I deal with a certain product, unless until a departmental store, even departmental store also, I may deal in a particular range of products only. Agreed? I will not deal in all under the sun. Correct? Yes? So I can pull out the HSN code used by them in a pivot. I can create a pivot. So a pivot, how many will be there? 10 only. Maximum 20. Only 20 pivots are there. This 20, I can verify all the 20 if I want. Or I can, say for example, how the fake invoices are captured, or what do you call that, bill traders deal, how the input is wrongly claimed. I am dealing in gold, but my input comes from iron and steel. This is how they are caught. Iron and steel is one area where bill trading is maximum. So they know about it. In Tamil Nadu, if you are registering for this product, the deeper inquiry, then only registration is given under the VAT law and also GST law. Because they know this is a vulnerable area. Gold is another vulnerable area. So if I am dealing in, say I am in pharmacy, how people are going to be caught? This is how they are going to be caught. Input HSN comes from gold jewelry. So I have to ask, what is the gold jewelry you have purchased? It will be diamond jewelry. In which patient you have installed that? That's the question which will come. I know because I am doing audit of a jeweler and I know listed company buying from there regularly. They ask me, do we have any issue? I said, we don't have any issue. because you have a CCTV where they have come, they have purchased, they have gone. The owner comes, purchases and goes. One of the director comes, purchases and goes. We are not bothered about it. Otherwise, we are also caught. Did they really buy? What is the product is sold? So I should be able to explain everything. So this kind of issue will be solved through an SQL. That's the reason why learning this SQL is very, very relevant. We should know how to cull information out, which is required for us to understand the data. So think beyond the traditional accounting services, get into the designing, get into the other verticals, because tax audit may continue, may not continue, no issue. But accounting is going to continue. Auditing is also going to continue because everyone sees the risk in doing the business. Like what I say, fake bill given to multiple parties, and that's the reason why when you go to a departmental store, you buy something, you take this bottle, go up to the counter. In the counter, they say this is not saleable. Have you come across this? Yes. What is the control they have? Because they have an expiry date for this. So it will go up to this, and then they say it's expired goods, no billing to be taken out. Or take an example, you purchase everything, and then you saw your pocket money is not there. So you said this item I don't want to buy. Can you remove from the item once bill printed? Before printing, yes. After printing the bill, no. So what is the process? You have to go to the manager, he can only do that. The credit note also, this guy cannot pass. So they will send you to a counter where a manager will be sitting or a senior will be sitting, he will pass a credit note. He is only authorized. So certain things automatic. And you may say that POS, that is the point of sale. Can I have a small bill like what you get it in any firm? They are also using Tally. They are using Tally. Back end it is Tally. Front end you will not know it's Tally. How do they do it? They write a TDL. They write a TDL which interferes between input and the output. What is input? Tally. Output? Printer. When the data is moving from the Tally software to the printer, this TDL will go and replace everything. What they replace it? They don't replace the content. I can do also that. Possible. But what they normally do is they change the place. Invoice number is in the right, they will take it to the left. Invoice number is in this place, they will take it to the bottom, something like that. Still you will understand that this is a layout of Tally. So I can go one step further and change the font. I'll change the font itself. So it's in the cursive writing. Tally doesn't give cursive writing. What is the default font of Tally? Have you ever tried? It is Arial. It's Arial. So everything can be changed. Possible. It's up to us what we want. Because machine should be dependent on us. We should not become dependent on the machine. We are all becoming slowly machine dependent. If it is in Tally, everything is okay. No. No. And that's how we do the bank audit and come back. No? How many of you check the balance sheet total? There's every chance that the balance sheet total will not match. I can just remove one line item and take a print and give you. It's possible. So you should know the conversion from this to that. How many of you use Office 365? If you are not using it, you are missing it out. It is worth investing. Many times it comes free of the full year, don't get into it. It is not there for lifetime. But you get advertisement, lifetime, 4,000 odd. Someone is trying to play around. It is 6,000 rupees odd for 12 months. If you buy for 12 months, you can go 1 month free. That's how it works. So use Tally Prime, beyond accounting, 2 compliances, 2 assurance, either directly or indirectly. Accounting, let the assessee do. Compliance, let your colleague do. Auditing, you do. Win-win situation. If you tell the assessee that securities have to be put in place, audit trail is coming, you do, sir. And after you do, what is that? They'll tell fees. All inclusive fees, sir. All inclusive fees. Whatever fees I was giving last year, this also is included in that. So you should know how to promote yourself, how to place yourself before them and encash it also. Sometimes they tell no when you have a jar and there is a ghee inside that. If you put your finger straight and take it out, how much ghee will come? And if you just bend it, same thing. Just bend it saying that this I can't do. There's an expert, my friend is there, he will take care. I'll call him, he will explain to you. Say for example, if you call me, I try to explain something, he understands better. If you tell, he is habitual of giving that way only. So this first session, this is the first session which has been done. Now we'll go for a live demo. We'll go for the live demo. This was you. I have closed it. I have no issue, sir. Any doubt in this till what we have discussed, or any specific classes you want, you let me know so that I don't miss out on the classes. 44 you said. If you ask, I will reply. Only the fag end, so that no one will go. This stick I have been doing it from last year. And one senior member came and told me, don't give this stick to everyone. You will be in trouble. I said, what trouble I will have? It will come. If it is coming, I am ready. I am prepared for it. I am going to talk everything logical. If it is something illogical, you can take action against it. I am talking logical. So any doubt in this? Class 44, I will try to do it, provided you remember it, I remember it. The baby will be delivered, otherwise I'll carry it. Any other? TDL. Ah. Why other people should do for you, sir? So, did your parent give you food after you? I'm just giving an example, sir. Don't take it otherwise. I'm just giving an example. If you are treated even up now by your father and mother, you get angry or not? The parents will get angry or not? Number one, this in a lighter way, don't rely on TDL. Two reasons. I'll tell you again two reasons. One, when the software gets updated, the TDL has to be updated. No one is going to go free of it. And in information technology, we always give answer to the question asked. If you take the example of your ITR 6, ITR 6, every year new model comes, correct? When the ITR 6 came for the first time, MCA website, the balance sheet format was changed. Schedule 6 came into picture. The same company prepared for ITR 6 and MCA. Right? When the ITR 6 came into picture, they did not give Schedule 6. They gave the old model. Why? You will ask for a change. I was just asking few members. There's a new development which is coming now, 20 crores and above. Two-level authorization. Where's the need, sir? Where's the need? Can you give me a reason? Did the government give a reason? No reason, right? Someone has to be paid. Someone is going to pay. Who is to suffer? Let them suffer. And they are also not objecting. Who wants to be objecting? Parent company. Their trusts are being affected. Let the trust cry, no. If the assessee are getting affected, let the assessee cry. It's like the patient is lying silent, the attendant is crying. Injection is given to the patient and the attendant is crying. When I was writing the editorial, I wrote this. I wrote this example also. Why should the charter owner ask for extension? If they have come, file it. If they have not come, leave it. Why should we go and ask for adjournment or extension? Why the assessee are not going and asking it? Same way, trust. The Supreme Court has passed an order. The latest order is also there. Mutuality. The so-called mutuality, there's a judgment, latest judgment. How many of you have read it? You have not read it? How many of you live in flats? In fact, there's something called association. For the members, to the members, by the members. That is what is mutuality. But where will you keep the money? In the bank. The interest which is coming from the bank is taxable. And that is what the Supreme Court judgment. And many experts have said it's good. But it's not good in all contexts. The Bangalore Club judgment of Supreme Court was correct in a certain manner based on those facts. In that judgment, State Bank of India was one of the members of the club. And the deposit was given to the State Bank of India. The Supreme Court held that the loan which was given is not in the form of a member, but in the normal business of SBI. So that is out of mutuality. Because it was argued that this is also mutual. In that scenario, all the associations, flat owners association, building owners association, are going to be in suit. Now take the scenario otherwise. Today he is the chairman. So all the FDs is in name. I give a loan to him. He is a member of the organization, the flat owners association. He is the president right now. So I'll give all the loan to the president. President will deposit it in the bank. The interest will come. He will pass on the interest back to the association. Now mutuality. You are forced to do something which is illegal. So I come out of the problem. But the association may land up in problem. If I become the president next year, FD is in my name. Over. So these kind of issues are going to come. Every judgment is not argued on all the facets. So we have to be updated, and when you do a tax audit, you have to decide how we are going to go about which area, which decision, how you have taken. Documentation is a must. You know the consequences? He said 600 cases were closed for non-cooperation. Had they cooperated and given, yes, you give the unit number, the dates. They are specifically saying don't give the assessee name. Assessee name refers to any assessee. If they take that also and they will not share it with the third party when they counter check it, check and mate. Any audit done more than limit, check and mate. So their vested interest not taking the information. One small line, like you have no remarks column, it will not be printed, it will not be visible. If they say compulsorily you have to give the assessee name, because the change of auditors, if the complaint comes, I know that this is a genuine case. I can take it up. That's how it works. So any other doubt before we venture into lunch break and then reassemble into and get into Tally Prime and see how do we do the programming, planning, how we start the audit when the data is in tally. No doubts? Feeling hungry? Yes, madam. In your absence, I gave an idea also. The idea which was there, which is mooted as the vice chairperson, to pass on this information. Whenever there is a draft guidance note coming out or draft publication coming out, you should form a subcommittee of the people who are interested, get into it, and reply to the or give value addition. We normally say no one takes the value addition. For that matter, every branch audit report which you give, you feel is not read. It is read. Sometimes he says and closes it. And sometimes it is not also read. But why should you worry about someone else? If you feel that you have done your work properly, you go to the bed saying that, today I have done an excellent audit. That is more relevant than whether he has read it or he has read it or that person has read it. Because I know in 1994, when I was not even CA, I had the habit of writing notes on accounts for a non-corporate. Lengthy notes on accounts. My audit report for an exporter will run into around 60 to 70 pages. And when this was given to an assistant commissioner, he read everything and said, I have not come across this kind of audit report. So that was the first impression. He passed the assessment order without looking much into it, saying that this is done extensively. He doesn't know what has been done back end. That is what the so-called, I not name them, so-called, that's what they do. They give a platter saying that this is what is best done. How many wastages they have done outside, no one reads. No one sees it. We go by the look and the layout. Write your audit report. Just before we close, one question. How many of you give physical copy of the tax audit report? If yes, what is that report? Printed. Correct? Which one? From the utility. Since they uploaded that, he can download. Huh? What is the service you are giving? It is easily signed. Then why you sign again and give? Just a printout. Is it in line with the guidance note? Is it in line with the guidance note, which is binding on you? The guidance note is binding on you as a chart accountant. Number one. We'll come to the other aspect later. It is binding on you. They say in one of the para saying that you are supposed to give a physical copy of the tax audit report. Now coming, why that is not enough. Coming to the point, why the printout is not enough. The utility. How many of you have checked the utility vis-a-vis notified form? There are at least three places. There are difference between the notified form and the utility. For our convenience, we change utility. But form is not notified. The notified form is not amended. Take for example, Senvat. It is talking about Senvat credit. It is not talking about GST input. In the utility, they have added GST input. And we also fill it up. Correct? So what is the safeguard? The best safeguard is in Form 3CA and 3CD, write this para. To the best of our knowledge, the online utility and the notified form are not in line with each other. Full stop. Further, my independence is restricted, or our independence is restricted due to the restrictions in the utility. Accordingly, we have issued a physical form to the entity or the assessee wherein all the informations have been given in totality. In case of any discrepancy between the physical form and the online utility, the content of the physical form shall prevail. So I have safeguarded. I'll say, show me. Let me read once more. This is my hand right now, no? Assessee is also with me. This is also with me. This I do even in for bank audit. Even in bank audit, long form audit report, as well as in the image report, because there are restrictions. You can't even write something more than what is required. And how much you write, they don't even allow to copy paste. They don't allow you to send mail, receive mail, open mail. And if you write something in front of the manager says something else. So we write whatever manager also says, and he signs blindly then. Where he sees only online. Offline contains much more than that. So you have to issue the physical copy, prepare it in Excel or Word. Do issue that. If you are not issuing that, then you are at risk, the assessee is at risk, and no one can safeguard you if you have missed out something. Because we are becoming machine dependent. Like we have Winman, Computex, and they say Excel utility for pulling in data 3615A, 43B. You type here, pull, it will go. So we tell the assistant, you pull, it will come inside. So instead of pulling ESI once and PF once, he pulls PF twice. Comes. It goes. Mismatch. And 143, 1A, intimation. And we don't have time to rectify that. Confirm, appeal. Then assessee says, why should I pay for your mistake? So on and so forth. As that? That I wanted from your side. Okay. We'll break for lunch and reassemble at 2:30. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the strength has come down drastically. So it's a nap time. And see to it that you don't have a nap. What we are going to try to do is, we are going to try how to do the audit in and around tally and how to document it and take it out as a document for our working papers. That's what we will try to do. Before we proceed, there are certain questions which were asked during the lunch break, saying that there are softwares where I do not know. Like for example, the institute says that when you are going to get a confirmation, you have to get it directly. After the Satyam scam, they said you should get it from bank directly, the balance. But when you write to the banker, normally they don't even reply. So you don't even get it. So how do I get a documentation done? Or for that matter, I have to verify certain information. However, the information is not flowing, or I am not aware whether the information is coming correctly or not. So two things to be done. One, you have to document that how that information was received by you. Two, you should word your sentences or make the wording in such a way that you don't give a clear yes or a clear no. Midway you should be. So the data, like for example, the confirmation statement, the banker is not going to give you. What should you do? You should go to the client's place or call the client to your office, ask him to log in front of you into the bank account, online account, ask him to download both in Excel as well as PDF. Download that in front of you and take a mail, ask him to send a mail stating that it was done in front of us at this point of time, and then this was mailed to you as requested. So that's how you document saying that the confirmation has come directly. Though it has not come from the bank directly, still it is a direct confirmation, which is an alternate way of documenting the. Similarly, I don't know how to use Excel, or I don't know the software how to generate a report. So I asked the EDP guy to generate a report in front of me. So I'll send a mail saying that in front of me you generate a report. So I will document that also, saying that this is done by so and so in the presence of so and so, and this was done at this point of time and sent. Now after that also I am not able to see. For example, I directly debit the expenditure to the expenditure account. I don't create a ledger and then transfer. If I create a ledger and then transfer, I can easily capture. If I am going to directly go to expenditure, there is every chance of you missing out the payment about 10,000. Maybe they have broken up into two, made the payment within the same day. In spite of you writing something, still it can be. Yes. So the wordings should be saying that we have verified the 48.3 payment. However, we have not come across any instances where there is a violation. So there could be instances, but we have not come across. So it is another way of saying that I have run a sampling manner. Possible? If the people are smart enough, they will break it up into many and you will not be able to find it out from. Then you have to tell the assessee that even if you are debiting directly, maintain those ledger bill wise. For example, lorry freight. I make direct payment cash payment, or courier guy. I make direct payment cash payment. there are chances that these are crossing the limits without their knowledge. The best is to create a ledger and route it through them. But then you cannot dictate the policy to the client. The client may have their own policies to be done, or they are dictated from their seniors or their holding company which is outside India. But you can always tell them that you can maintain bill wise. So you can add on to the bill even for expenditure. Normally bill wise is for debtors and creditors only. But you can activate bill wise for non-trading account. That's what Tally talks about, saying non-trading accounts. So F11, maintain bill wise. Normally it is for debtors and creditors, but you can do it for non-trading. That means you have activated bill wise for the entire data. Now whichever ledger you want to do, you can do it. Now if I am going to do this, in a click of a button, I'll get party wise how much. Normally the problem will come for loading and unloading. Normally it will come for loading and unloading. For loading and unloading, there could be a team of people. And they call that, here I don't know what they call. In Tamil Nadu they call Mestri, the head of the team which is there. So the head of the team, every time the head will be same. But the number of people to whom it is given will be different. To avoid all confusion, you have to say how many people are there. So if we divide by that, but there may be multiple different teams which are there. It will not be practically possible for me to add all. So then I have to rotate the number of persons which are there. First time I write the first name, second time, third name, so that the names are not getting repeated for the same. If they are getting repeated, take out those ledger transaction alone and verify. It can be easily done through Tally itself and found out that these are not same person, and you can document saying that it is not the same person, so it is not violation. Clear? Any other class doubts before we venture into it? And we try to find out which classes we can call out. Like for example, for 34, the TDS related, I can easily call out major information from here itself, provided my TDS module has been activated correctly. Class 44, if at all the assessee says no, I want to give, I have, then you have to give him an example. You have, but the information is not correct. So you have to word it in such a way that it is not a disclaimer. To the extent and the information captured in data, the assessee has filled up the data. On a test check basis, we have not come across any deviation in the information provided. This is one way of looking at it. At the back end, I will come how to safeguard yourself also by not giving the information also. How can you safeguard yourself saying why you are not giving the information? Possible. Now let's start. So I will open the current year data. This is the data for 22-23. So 22-23, I have to do an audit for April 22 to March 23. This company was subject to audit in the earlier year as well. So I try to open that company as well. So I have last year data and the current year data. If you see the last year data, it is only up to 31st March 22. You may say I have continuous data. Right from beginning till current date, one data. Possible. maybe, but you have to advise them that it is always better to have year-wise data. Why? Why I should have year-wise data? If I give you a book and I say, don't see after page number 10, what do you do? Immediately you go to 11. Similarly, there's an AO coming to your premises and has come for a survey. What are his powers under survey? Yes, what are his powers? If he is coming for a survey, 3 powers are there. Only 3 powers. Power number 1, count the cash. 2, inventory. 3, see the books of account and place marks on it. Or impound the books. These are the only 3 powers. Cash, current date. Stock, current date. Books, current period. But he'll always try to do last year, last to last year, why this is done, why that is done. So you'll be, and if you question him, what will happen? If you question him, what will happen? You will be in more trouble. He will say, I have this power, I have that power, without knowing that that power is not with him. And he will take out the information and issue reopening notices. But if you have data only for the current year, then what else you can do? You cannot do anything beyond the current year data. So it is always better to have data only for that year. Let's move to the current year data. So I move to the current year data, last year data is also open. Now it is the time to prepare a program. Who will do what, which area to concentrate, where to concentrate, then we'll get into sampling, and then we will get into the audit per se. Now what is the starting point to decide about a team? Let me take an example again. You are the chartered accountant. I am not a chartered accountant, I am into business. I walk into your office and say, I want an audit to be done under the Income Tax Act. What are the questions you are going to put? I want questions from you. I am a client coming into your office and saying, I want the audit to be done for March 23. So what are the questions from you? Yes? Yes, this is the first year of audit. I commenced business on say 5th May 2022. Tally. Other? Form of entity, partnership firm. You ask me, sir, I have come for the first time. If you are going to give me, I will go to someone else then. You should know how to convert, no? You should know how to convert. If you give me a paper and say this guy is not interested at all, I will go to the next person. So you have to make him comfortable. Then you can put questions. So you have to only ask for, no? Next question.
What sort of business?
Nature of business, trading,
Trading on
goods.
goods. What kind of
Trading can be only on goods, no?
yeah, what kind of goods?
Diamonds, tally, Account is maintained in tally. Any other question? Turnover 500 crores. Immediately that Cadbury advertisement. मन में लड्डू फूटा, दो लड्डू दिख रहे हैं. So you say fees कितना आएगा? Say you say 1 lakh, I agree to 1 lakh. Questions are over? Yes? Now I leave and ask you a question saying that when you are going to start the audit. You say I will start from Monday. I leave. So Monday I give my visiting card, come to this place, leave. Now form the team. How many members will be there in your team now? Provided you have that kind of employees, strength also. 3. Okay. Including you, excluding you. Excluding. So totally 4. Chartered accountant in charge, manager, 2 staff, sub-staff, whatever you done for. So 4 of you decide. Now you come to my office. Have you been to Chennai? Have you been to Ritchie Street? No? Burma Bazaar? T-Nagar? Maya Plaza? Huh? How much is the size of the office? 100 square feet. My office size is 100 square feet. How many people of you come? 4. I have 1 table for me, 1 chair for me, 2 chairs in front. Now there are 4. Where will they sit? Somehow I make adjustment to occupy this seat. But you will not be able to do because there is only 1 table, 4 chairs. So you say make arrangement for us to sit and do the audit. So I ask my neighbor who has a conference hall. I request him. He says no problem. My office boy is also there. Anything they want, they can tell him. They will provide. But payment you make. Done. So I make you sit there. 4 of you have come. Sit there. And now what do you want? Tea, coffee, even. Next. This is what happens when you go for a bank audit, no? Immediately they will take care of that first. Because when the tummy is full, automatically you nap.
Ask for the master documents.
Answer?
We'll ask for the master documents.
What master document you want? You tell me.
Copy of partnership deed,
Okay.
registration
I
certificate,
have noted down. Registration certificate. Yes.
and Aadhaar.
And Aadhaar. Right. Next.
In your accountant.
I am the accountant.
Okay, what is your business?
I have already said everything, sir.
Explain your accounts activities. How accounts are maintained, how many.
All that I have told you, I will scratch my head and go off. I already have told you all this. You asked me all this when I came to your office. You are asking again. Oh, short-term memory loss. I have come to the wrong person.
Tally
You are the owner of the business. I spoke to the owner first. I want to speak to the accountant.
I am the accountant, I am the owner. You will understand now, sir. You ask the other question. And finally, you will understand that you have messed up yourself. You ask questions now.
where all.
No, you ask for the document.
Yeah.
Deed. Next.
Master documents.
Master document, Aadhaar card, PAN card. Next.
Okay, what are the accounts?
Tally data. I will bring my laptop and give you. Next.
So,
Next. Quick now.
yeah, asking for the.
Purchase document.
So the place of businesses where you carry out.
That you have come to my office, sir. And you have taken the partnership deed, sir. The partnership deed has the information, sir.
Yes.
Sir, please understand. Please understand. When you walk into the officer's room, when you walk into the bank manager's room, when you talk to the client, your first impression is your last impression. If you are starting to ask questions which are not relevant, so I will understand how to tackle you.
The additional.
No, I just tell you. Just try to tell you. Why you want additional page officers? I have given you user ID password, right? You have the GST login. You want to see whatever you want to see, I am giving you. Now what do you want? Documents, you tell me.
Business documents can be very useful.
What documents?
Documents that are already.
Sir, you are going to look at, sir, what your staff are going to do then? All these documents which are right now asked, as a partner you are looking at it. So the staff will be seeing at you and saying, oh, you are looking at like this, you are looking at that.
The user ID password you give me.
Correct.
I over to staff and get the reports.
What report they will get, sir?
GST.
In case they have to only download.
Yes.
It will not take much time. They have to start work, no? You brought your own laptop also. You wanted tally data, I have given you tally data. What else you want? You have to tell me. That's what I wanted. Purchase bills, sales bill, bank statement, expense voucher. Next. So you are given other things I will ask later. Because we have 4 people. This will work with this. Let's go. So I went off. I came back. I brought one file, which was having around 100 pages. You asked where the purchase bill, where the sales bill, where the bank statement, where the PAN card, where the partnership date, all in that file. You said find it close. Yes, find it close. Where you keep the inventory? I never touch the inventory. It's the IC sales. I never touched the inventory. It was moving, I sold off. So no GST impact also. No input taken. So what your 5 people are going to do there? 4 people are going to do that. So each one has to take it piecemeal the entire file, clear the file and give it to him back. That's the reason I say what is the starting point of an audit. If it is an audit of the first year or audit of the subsequent year or audit of a new concern, the starting point is if the data is in tally, this is how you have to go display statement of accounts, statistics. Whether it is tally, whether it is SAP, whether it is Oracle, whether any ERP, you have to ask for statistics. Any software for that matter, the starting point for audit is statistics. If I have the data in tally, I can compare the statistics of the current year vis-a-vis last year. So I have the comparison ready. Quick comparison. Quick comparison of statistics. Will this serve me the purpose? No. Yes.
Don't you bring that other company? You have found a good company.
No. I opened current year company, then I opened last year company, then I moved to the current year company, and then I went to display statement of account statistics. And then I said Alt C. Went to the last year, gave the period April 21 to March 22, and I click of a button, I have the comparative statistics. Now begins the work.
2-year data is the same.
No, different files. If it is same file, just all see period change. So you have the comparative statistics. This I will export by configuring, and whenever you export and whenever you configure, always say show more. And just look into what are that which are there. I don't want any changes, and I can give the path because every company will have a folder. Audit working paper, audit folder per se, working paper folder separately, PD folder, the tally data folder separately, working paper final and final paper, permanent file, temporary file, all that will be there. You can create. Every company or every assessee, you would have given a code number also. Yes, you would have given a code number, file number, whatever number you are calling about. So let it be in, so that folder, I will change the folder to that folder in case I have a folder for that data. Then I'll change this name. Right now it is blinking like a box. If I type, everything will vanish. So I will give the insert button. If it is underlying it, that means now I can say, because I am giving the company name as ABC, let the code number be A01, right? Working paper, March 23. Why I am giving this Excel file name? Because I am going to create one Excel file with multiple sheets. All my working will be in one file. So one file for my working, one file for my vouching, done. So only two working paper files I will create. But always be careful about this particular line item. Update the existing file. It should never be no. If it is no, that means the file which is already there will go off, new file will be created. You always say update existing file, yes. So now I am exporting. The Excel file will get opened. Maybe there's an error because I would have created already in the previous session the same name. So this file, which is what exported. Now I will say, give me the variance. I am not into Excel, so I will not get into the formula writing saying I should avoid errors. All that I will not get into it. So the variance is current year minus last year. In a click of a button, I get the difference between the vouchers. And then I say, give me the percentage variance. And then I'll also see, what did I say? Which are the dangerous vouchers? Physical stock and stock journal. So I'll straight away go and see stock journal. There are so many stock journals. So what is the question which I have to ask? When are stock journals passed? Unless until you understand the importance of the journal vouchers, the voucher types, you will not appreciate it. Stock journals are passed under three circumstances. One, when I am moving between one godown to another godown within the organization. Like you would have gone to medical shop, yes, you show the prescription. On seeing the prescription sheet, you were not able to read, but that guy is able to read. Now, at least the medical council has said you have to give in everything in bold letters or block on a capital letters. Earlier they would only scribble. You are not able to read, but the medical shop guy is able to read. How? What is the technique? Whenever they scribble, the first alphabet and the last alphabet will be correct. You can just go and check. Based on that, that guy understands what is the medicine. Sometimes he has a doubt. Then he'll ask you, cough you had, huh? You say yes. Then he knows that which R it starts and which X it ends. And he goes in a particular direction, picks up a particular box, brings the medicine. How is that? because they are stored in a particular pattern. Every box has a particular alphabet. Within that box, because there are multiple box, alphabet, second, third alphabet, that's how it is there. So each alphabet or each box can be a sub godown. That rack can be a godown. Shop can be my main godown. So if I am moving the rack from the boxes from rack 1 to rack 3, I'll pass a stock journal. This is the first usage of stock journal. Second usage is for capturing the manufacturing process. When I say manufacturing, it doesn't mean per se I should have a factory and manufacture. I can do even combining. I take a box, I take pen, pencil, rubber, sharpener, gift box. So I am consuming pen, pencil, rubber, sharpener, box and making gift box. This is also manufacturing. I consume gold, I consume alloy, I consume some more items or diamonds and I manufacture a ring. In this scenario, there can be loss also. This is also manufactured. To capture this, I use stock journal. Third, this is the most dangerous now. I am a dealer in computer peripherals. I have VCD. What is that? You people have to tell. You wouldn't have seen VCD. Video cassette. You have seen video cassette? Which will be inserted. Your parents' marriage would have been captured in that. I have that. Is it saleable? Can I remove it? No, but it's still there. So I have to have it, but value it at why? Accounting standard 2, cost on net realizable value. Net realizable value is 0. So I will consume video cassettes and produce video cassettes with 0 value. So my double entry system gets for a 6. One side I say 1000 rupees, the other side I say 0, and this also will be captured. Clear? Or my items have got destroyed. So I pass stock journal. I pass stock journal consuming manufacturing nothing. The fourth item, you have to ask for reason. Why? Why? Why should I ask question for this? Item which has got destroyed or lost. Don't tell me, sir, we are in tax audit, so we will not ask about GST. 17.5. So this will trigger. That's the question you have to put. You have said it is lost. Did you reverse the GST input? If not, do it now. Make the provision. Because it is for that year. So the stock journals are the most dangerous journals, and it should be vouched by only the team leader and reviewed only by partner in charge. So you straight away say, color it and say, this will be done only by so and so. So the programming starts now. So you'll say partner in charge, manager, and partner. That's all. Any review will be done by another partner, not a testing partner. That's how it will happen. Correct? Now comes the balance. How to go about. So I'll save this file and come out. Because I have to do something more before deciding, some more question to be asked. For the stock journal, I am going to put a question to the management. Well, last year I would have put. So I have to only continue with that. If I have not put last year, it is there for the current year, then I will put whether you are getting into manufacturing, whether you have done why the opening stock journals, who is in charge of passing stock journals, what is the process. I will understand the business. Understanding the business will become relevant here. Now let me go back to tag. The next thing which I will do is I will compare profit and loss account. I will compare profit and loss account current year, last year. And then I will try to export this also to the same file. I want detail. Otherwise, what will happen? Only the group name will come. I will not get the details. And then what is relevant is actually I should have renamed the sheet also as stat compare. This I will say PL compare. Why PL compare has to be done? Why PL compare has to be done? So I have to give the same name and it will give me the message and I will say open the file after it is exported. So what I will do is I will do a comparison what I have done for variance. I will also do in a real term value wise. Now I will do the comparison value wise. I am getting so when I click on the button, I have found out what is the variance and what is the variance percentage. I may not do for the outer, I may straight away do for the inner. So how much is the turnover increase? 200%. Double. So how many sales invoice should have happened? Double. That is the thumb rule. Or nearest to double. Let me go and see now. Only 13%. Sales have gone double, whereas sales invoice has come only 13%. So my questions will start working. And then I will say that this will be done by, so for example, all are e-invoices. Then why to worry about it? I will only compare. Any guy, new guy can also look at it. Finish. Done. I can also tell that pull the GSTR1, push into tally, ask it to compare, and it will give you. Document that. Over. So my sales will be done in a click of a button. So that's how I will look into it. What I will look into it as a sample is the data as per tally. That is the breakup of items and the value vis-a-vis print. What will happen is sometimes they'll give a print, thereafter they'll change. They'll print a copy and give it to the customer but not keep it here. Those kind of small errors they will happen. Then there's a lacuna in control. But everything is perfect. So this is how we start an audit in and around that. Any doubt? Any doubt you have? But this is relevant. The entire, if the start is wrong, it's like a race. In a race, what is important? The way they stand and with the button they start. If the start is wrong, they will complete the race, but they cannot win the race. And we are all here to only win, not just complete. Now let's get into data analysis. In Tally 3.0.1, there is a problem relating to period. Though I have given the period as 1/4/22 to 31/3/23, when I get into the data analysis, it goes back to current period. So you have to say period, and it now asks for year beginning from. So current year it has come. What about last year? Give compare F7. So now comparison will start. Tally will compare and give you all the analytical tools which are there. There are so many analytical tools, all analytical tools. Let me get into first analytical tool. Accounts rounded off during the year. Fraud prone area. Account squared off. There was a balance. I just said cash given, close it. Fraud prone area. So I can look into it. What are the ledgers? Why these ledgers are squared off? If there is GST ledger and all that, I can just look into it and decide. Or I can say, hold, give clarification. So it's on hold. So I can just export it into Excel and keep it saying it is on hold. If I have verified, all are verified, everything has come. Any doubt? Or I can say show me only revenue items. Sorry, non-revenue items. Revenue items I don't want. Show me the name of the group, primary group, and the note which I have given. The note which I have given. The note comes below. So if we export it, it will come as is marriage. Next, not available in current year. That means these are ledgers created in last year, not available in current year. Next one is most dangerous. Not used. Like I said, no, I wanted one bill. I came to your office, I told your office boy to give me a bill, so he created a bill. So he created a ledger, generated the bill, and then you had a control saying once ledger created, you cannot delete it. I have control saying that once ledger created, you cannot delete it. You create. Because you are a salesperson, you have to create. Create. So here it will be caught. These are the ledgers which are not, and I can just do the same thing what I did in last screen. Same thing I can do. I can verify, vouch, document it. Only balance last year and used in current year. So last year it was only balance and current year it has been used. Last year there was no transaction, only balance. Current year this has been used. Another fraud prone area. I can decide how to go about which area who has to look into. Only balances, no transaction. Why you have only balances, no transaction? I look into it and say it is all assets. No issue. cost of the asset, if you see, my FA has come inside. You have to be very, very sharp in analyzing what is data going in front of you. The FA details are inside Tally. I'll show you later on how it can be seen, including where it is presently lying, when it was purchased. And if I go one step further into the ledger, from whom it was purchased, what is the bill number? What is the accumulated depreciation on that? I can go to that level. Possible. Because the data is designed to capture all that. So if I want some report, I have to only write a command on it. Content is available. I have to write a command and then write a VBA. Based on a VBA, it will fall into kind of a report which I want. Otherwise, it will go into columnar. Writing a VBA, I can do it. So, how many things you have to learn? Tally, Excel, VBA. What is VBA? Visual Basic. And if you know the PPT, you can link this Excel to PPT. Your MI, what do you call that? Report, monthly report. That also will get updated automatically. Possible. Only used in the current year. So, what is the nature of transaction? Am I dealing with parties every year new? Only in the current year. If you remember, I said in one place saying that if I generated the TDS module, I would only see which ledgers have been created in the current year and then see whether that has been properly linked to TDS module. Stock item. Same. Not used. You will see 850 items. Only used in the current year, 2883 items. That means what? The question which I have to put it, every year you manufacture new item, you give a new number to it. Correct? That is the reason why not used is 850. But the question which I will put is, when you split the data, why have you not removed all this? Sir, I don't know how to remove it. So how do I remove it? You can say that, okay, I will do a verification of opening. Once the audit is over, data is split. I will do the opening verification. The split I will do. I will clean up the data and then move. How do I do it? F5, Alt G. Alt G, list of accounts, stock items, exceptional report, show unused. That means the report where it was showing, they are used subsequent year, the current year. These are the only items which are not used. So I can say, in certain places, Control Shift bar will select all. In certain places, only Shift bar will select one by one line item. Now select Alt D, clean. Precaution. If the number of items are thousands, 2000, don't do this because the system will hang. Select every 100 line items. You can just select. You can just select like this and then say Alt D, clean. I can do it for stock item. I can do it for ledger. Group sometimes will not work. And it will just unused. So I click on a button, I am able to generate reports and have my data saying that my working file will be just getting updated. Once I export and put it under the same thing, Next, verification of balances. This is for the opening balance. It will give you the variance also. So revenue items, nothing to look at it. Where variance will be there, last year it's closed. The only thing which you have to look at it is the, so when it is red in color, that means there is a difference. But there is a self-balancing adjustment. Wherever there is a name change, it will reflect you. So you can create the document of opening balance verification. You do variance analysis. No? Last year expenses 100, this year expenses 200. So difference is 100%. Correct? That you will get in a click of a button. This data, I have remodeled it based on Schedule 3. It is on Schedule 3 model. So that's the reason why you are not seeing indirect expenses. You are seeing other expenses. So in a click of a button, it gives me the variance. Negative variance are in red in color. So any provision they missed out. Anything which they have missed out, in a click of a button, I can find it out. This can be on revenue, this can be on capital or asset liabilities, anything you can do. You can do a cross verification also. My other expenses vis-a-vis sales. I can revenue from operation. And it gives you the formula also, how it was done. The entire thing is available. Pending documents. What is this pending documents? Are you aware that in case of tally, I can do tracking of the entire transaction? What do you call tracking of entire transaction? Suppose you place an order on me. So I receive a sales order. Against the sales order, I deliver goods to you. You put a sales order saying that let the goods come to me, my quality check will happen. Only if I confirm the quality, then you raise the invoice. So you place an order on me, I get a sales order, I deliver goods on to you, you return the goods which are not as per the quality, or you confirm. Based on that, I raise an invoice, and the invoice is given to you, and you make the payment. This is a tracking. In that scenario, what is pending, it will show. These are the pending. If you see at the top, it is suppressed, because there is no sales order pending, there is no purchase order pending. What is pending is only the receivables and payables. Periodic payment receipts. There is only one, like rent. Salary also may be periodic. So you may say periodic payments. If I have maintained ledger employee wise, then it will come here. I can maintain one ledger, salary allowance per credit, all perks. Salary allowance, all perks, then it is not periodic. One ledger, bill wise, I'll have the entire information relating to salary. In a click of a button, I can find out by pressing F5 what was the salary, about 2.5 lakhs, TDS applicability. If the salary is less than 5 lakhs, I can say ignore, because 87A. The repeated transaction. And this is a common problem in majority of our clients. They come, we prepare everything, financials are prepared, everything is ready. How much is the tax, sir? 75,000. No. Make it 50,000. So what do we say? Okay, do one thing, staff welfare, 50,000 rupees you put as expenditure and come back. But don't do it in one entry, spread it across. So how will you spread? So 52,000 divided by 52,000 rupees per week. Smart accountants do this way only. So first entry, Saturday, debit staff welfare, credit cash, 1,000 each. B, staff welfare expenses. Best narration. Which is wrong narration, but this is how it happens. So next entry, how will I do? I'll go to day book or I'll go to the staff welfare expenses. All 2 F2 date change control A. All 2 F2 date change control A. 52 times I will do. Maximum 5 minutes I'll complete it. Completed? Yes sir, completed. And if I say give me for other expenses, in a click of a button, whatever you have done, so if you give the data to the officer, he can find it out. Now, can he find it out saying that this was the last entry done? Yes, he can do it. Alt G, day book, and suppose I say it's all 1st April, all 1st April. And then I can say F12 sorting method in sequence of entry. See, everything has got changed. So my last entry will be staff welfare 1,000 rupees. Oh, these are adjustment. So giving the data to the officer is almost giving your neck to him. He can decide whether to so this is about repeated transaction. All repeated transaction, 52, I can easily say weekly once. Is it weekly once? I am getting to it. I can just go inside also. I can just say, show me group, other expense. I am just trying to give one example. I can do it for almost all. For example, I say it is 52. Dates are not on a weekly basis. So there is a acceptable scenario saying it is not a repeated transaction. It could be because of the item which I have done. If you see here, it is 4 pieces. Here 2 pieces same rate, 1 piece same rate, 2 piece same rate. I can just find it out. What is that? Why this is happening? Next one is very, very relevant. The relative size factor. How you do analysis? Which area to look into deep? Which you can ignore and go? Normally, when you spend something for a particular activity, you normally may spend double the money. Say if you are spending regularly for lunch 100 rupees, you may go maximum 200 rupees. Correct? If your petrol expenditure are there, you have only 2-wheeler, then it will be only 300 rupees each. You may put petrol of 300 or 500. But if I have expenses of 2,000 and then I have the next expenditure of 500, so the relative size factor becomes 4. How? The topmost voucher value, second topmost voucher value, that is the relative size factor. So if I go to relative size factor, press F5, sorry, F4, and I'm taking everywhere I'm taking expenses only, so that it becomes easier for me. And if I see fees and subscription is 7 times how it is, the topmost value is 25,000, the next topmost is 3,500. I may ask the question why. Particularly for staff welfare, office expenses. So it's a locker rent. Why it has gone to office expenses? That's how my question. But the accountant knows that you are going to look at this. So what he will do is, he will pass an entry for 1 lakh, then pass an entry for 90,000, reverse the 90,000. Now, the relative size factor will be less than 20. So then you have to compare with the highest value, lowest value. Highest value, lowest value, along with relative factor, will give you the better understanding of the data. Interbank transaction. Can it be on different dates? Possible it can be different dates. If it is through check transaction, I issued the check but did not get deposited on the same day to the other bank. But if I am doing online, it should get reflected on the same date. Cash withdrawal deposit. There are 6 cash transactions in according to tally. Now you have to see bank statement. How many are cash transactions? Based on the description which they give for the transaction. Somewhere they say CHH, TRF. So should this be done on test check basis? Can this be done on test check basis? Can the cash transaction be done on test check basis? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes? Then I should be your accountant. And you should be dealing like a big cash dealer like your bank. I see the cash in the box, trunk box. I am in need of money. So I take the money. I know that I will get it back after a week. I take the money, say deposit it into bank. I again put the money back, saying withdrawn from bank. DRS tally. So cash transaction, 100% verification is must. Reason 1 is this, which I told you. Reason 2, 40A3. 40A3. If cash is withdrawn from the bank, that means I have given a bearer check. If I have given a bearer check, violation of 40A3. Another example. I booked the expenditure last year. Current year I made a cash payment. Any violation? 40A, 3A. Reporting will come. Now let me try the reverse way. In March 23, I paid 25,000. In April month salary adjusted. Now, no reporting is required because there is no such provision which is a violation. We have not envisaged this. However, you should note down that information and say why you are not reporting. You have to have your documentation. Fixed asset analysis, how your fixed assets are moving, what are the addition deletions, all that will happen here. Transaction on a holiday. No clause is there no now. Is it applicable now? No clap? What is no clap? Last year there were sessions, this year gone. Non-compliance of law under Companies Act. So if I have done a transaction on a Sunday or on a holiday, what is the non-compliance? Overtime. If I have called the employee on a holiday and asked him to work, then I should have paid him overtime. Labor law violation. I can find it out. So why is Sunday, sir? My weekly off is not Sunday. There is no weekly off. Possible. So I can find it out. And what are the nature of transaction on that day? So I can come on a Sunday, pass journal. Yes or no? Yes. But sales cannot happen on that day. Purchase cannot happen on that day. Cash payment cannot happen on that day. All that I can look into. I can have a documentation done. Highest value, lowest value. For every transaction, what is the highest value? What is the lowest value? Again, normally we look at other expenses and direct expenses, indirect expenses. I made this figure so that at least we should feel happy. 100% increase in the audit fee. Highest value, lowest value. But you should have understood, saying that last year they would have made 50,000 as provision. That's the reason why it is coming like this. Otherwise, it will be only one train item. So this is the highest value, lowest value. This also help you. Car petrol, 1,000 rupees and 7,000 rupees, possible. If there is a car petrol 100 rupees and 7,000, who puts 100 rupees petrol in a car? That is suspicion which will happen. Then you look into it saying why it has been. Pending advances, these are your advances and deposits which are there in ledgers, advances and deposit. This will show you. Stale check. When is a check stale? Not cleared within 3 months of issue. Not presenting, issue. You may present after 3 months. Issue. That is the date written on the check. So can I make a correction and say? No. Why? Can I change the date and make a signature? No. Why? Yeah, banker says no, no. It is because of the CTS, check truncated system. What do you mean by check truncated system? Earlier, if I have issued a check to you, you will deposit in your bank. That will send it to their service branch. That service branch will send it to my bank service branch. From my bank service branch, it will come to my bank. Then only you get the money. Now it doesn't happen. The check doesn't move. Only the image moves. That is called check truncated system. So the check gets truncated there itself. So normally you should not have stale checks. If there are stale checks, reverse the entry. Otherwise, what the people will do? Issue check on 31st March. If I issue a 31st March check, because bank borrowing is not current liability. Correct? So my liability will come down. My current asset will be more. So my working capital ratio will be better. So people do that way. Issue the check, don't make it for presentation. So you have to wait for 3 months and get it done. Or you have to tell them that, otherwise you have to reverse. you pass the entry on 1st April. If I am closing the audit on 30th April, I have to see to it that all the checks are cleared, otherwise reversed. So any doubt till this? So how much time I have? I can go up to 5:30?
Yes, yes.
He is happy. Am I? What time? You tell me. Because I have lot of things to tell. I can go on and on. 10 more minutes. Good. Voucher. So 10 minutes means I'll close it now. No issue. Verification of vouchers is what is sampling. Already sampling has been done because various sessions I do, I remove, I bring back, I remove, I bring it back, all I do. So already done. 80 sample. As a percentage, 4% sample. If I go inside, I see how much I have sampled. If you see stock journal, you can't do sampling. Your Benford method will not work. Why? Because in a stock journal, there can be data without value. So that's the reason why Benford method will not work. So you decide. I want to see all vouchers. Because that's the reason why if you see here and if you see here, the method says amount range, Benford, even number, odd number, all that it says. So if I say Benford, or I can say amount 5,000, 0. So all voucher above 5,000 will get selected. No, I said, no, I don't want that. I did a mistake. I'll go by Benford. Positive. But I want to know which are the vouchers selected. Correct? These are the vouchers selected. Now I want my team to do vouching here itself. Control enter. So there's a difference between going to the voucher through a normal day book and going from here. From here itself I have got. Normally it will not allow me to change the value. Control enter. Control enter. No need to remember shortcuts nowadays. Because everything is at the bottom. Double line control, single line alt. Control enter. Is that? No, there is no alt enter here. Okay, alt enter does not allow me to even edit. So alt enter is also there, control enter is also there. So alt enter, it allows me to, I have seen it and say verified. Or I say I want extra information. Produce the bill. Who has to produce the bill? So when that person is going to log in, he will see the requirement saying that this is what is there which is required. And how he will see? He can see from this screen. Voucher clarification. Once he logs in with his user ID password, he will be able to see what are the voucher which requires verification. Suppose he changes this. He changes this. Or let me try the other way around. Say he verified this and he says verified. Verified with voucher, whatever the narration I give. Verified with the bill or something like that. Now this voucher is modified. So if once this is modified, it will go from verified to unverified. It will move straight away. If I go inside, it will say verified voucher to be re-verified. Any changes made to the voucher which are already verified will go to re-verify. So if I am going to have the details of verification also, then everything will get exported along with the details, along with your notes, it will come into Excel and that becomes your documentation. Any doubts? So I want to TDS report for the entire year. I export this into Excel and my working for class 34 is ready. My working, these are the details which they are asking for. What is the accessible value? What is the rate at which you have detected? If you want, that also can be brought in. And your working is ready. Or you can even give the category wise. So which category, how much, and if you want the percentage also, give a formula, it will give you the percentage. So whether it is the full rate or at the lower rate, you'll get it. Lower rate is here. Higher rate, lower rate, zero rate, provided you have activated the TDS module, implemented the TDS module, all this will be in a click of a button. So last 3 minutes for you to raise your queries. See, this is the smart way of doing work. Never allow you to raise a query. So when I used to go for scrutiny, if the officer is a lady officer, I will go exactly at 5:40. At 6 o'clock, there's a man standing outside. Yes, to rush. I will be relieved. If he is a male officer, I go at 6 o'clock. Or I go at 12:30. 1 o'clock, lunch. The same way I have adopted here also. I have taken it to the last gap now. Any questions? No questions? Class 44. Class 44. Class 44, if the data is correctly captured, like what Rajendra said in the morning, that 2B can be a source of information. If you have taken 2B as the source of information, you have to say that it is based on the source of information which is provided by the SSE, and on a test check basis, you have not come across any error in the items reported. So this is not a disclaimer, but you are only saying that on testing basis you have not come across any error. It's not a disclaimer at all. But I don't want to give the figures. Then what to do? There are seniors here. 1985. The tax audit came into picture. The provision was inserted. If you go and read the memoranda at that time, what was the purpose of bringing the tax audit? The purpose was to help the assessing officer to arrive at what? Correct income of the assessee. To help the assessing officer to arrive at the correct income of the assessee. What to arrive at? Correct income. Now tell me, the information called for in clause 44, is it relevant to arrive at the correct income? Yes or no? No. Whether I buy from a registered dealer, I buy from an unregistered dealer, I buy from anyone, what is relevant for class 30 to 38 or even 28 to 38 is relevance of expenses to the business. If it is earned, incurred to earn the income, it is allowable. Whether paid or not, subject to other provisions. Correct? Under that circumstances, it is not relevant to give the information. So the assessee will say, according to our knowledge or to best of our knowledge, the information called for in clause 44 is not relevant to arrive at the total income of the asset of me or myself, and under the said circumstances, we have not compiled the details. Now, how do you safeguard yourself? To best of our knowledge, we are of the opinion that the contention of the assessee is correct. It is correct. Accordingly, we have not verified the. So this clause 44 washes off you, assessee, and the assessing officer also. The assessing officer also says that okay, total income not relevant. But if the information has been correctly pulled in, if the information has been correctly captured, then you can go into current liabilities, other liabilities, duties and taxes, GST, all the input ledgers. You have to go one by one into the input ledgers. My data will not show anything. Why? So that they would have closed it. So I literally go only into 1, 2, 3, 4. That's all. So whatever percentage I'll go, and then I'll go into the full year, and then I say columnar. You are getting that? Expenditure on the top. So I would only create a pivot. Or I need to even create a pivot. I would only send it as it is, freeze the line item here on the top. And then move down. So automatically it will be the total value. Done. Again, provided the information is correctly captured. Even if the information is not correctly captured, you can give this information saying that what is information captured in the books. Based on the information captured in the books, this is provided. One more reason why you should not give is, take for example, I have come to Trivandrum, right? I stayed in a hotel. Registered, unregistered, registered. Then I moved from the hotel to the restaurant. Auto. Registered, unregistered. I went to the hotel, had food, composition. From there, I took another auto and came here, registered. I sent some expenses here, registered, unregistered. I did not give the GST number. I don't know. Can you say unregistered? We don't know. And all this is booked in my books as traveling expenses. Now registered, unregistered. So it is practically not possible to break up certain expenditure. Even if you are giving that information, give this also. Give this also. Like I come to Trivandrum, in my enthusiasm, I give my GST number here to the hotel guy. He uploads. What should I do? It will come and fall into me. What should I do? What should I do? I should take the input and reverse the input saying ineligible. That's it. That's how it gets cleared from my electronic credit ledger. It will go from 2B to electronic credit ledger. From electronic credit ledger, it go dispensed up. Yeah, literally you have to do all this. This I have been telling, but people say you are too technical. Now they have amended. They have amended. When they put itself, they say it's ineligible. So you have to take an ineligible. Otherwise, you say that this is ineligible, you have not reversed it. So you'll get notices which are started now. Correct? Many notices are come now. GSTR 01. Why it is coming now? 17, 18. Because 30th September is the last date. After that, they cannot take it up under 73. They have to take only under 74. If it is under 74, they have to prove that it is a fraud. They have to prove it, that it's a fraud. Right? Thank you. You take a call, sir. Wherever you want, you can discuss. Whatever you are doing, even institute guidance is saying that only. Whatever you are doing, document it, reproduce it. Like fuel charges, registered or unregistered. They have never asked. They never asked you. Registered or unregistered. You purchase from registered guy, unregistered guy. If you buy petrol from me, in my office I buy the petrol. And you buy from me, you are buying from registered or unregistered. Commodity may not be liable. But the question is what? So even in case of fuel, they are registered because they are also selling oil. Oil is liable for GST. No? Any other question? You have to speak, sir. No, you can't ask question. No problem.
Sir, with respect to purchases, you said that the deduction is allowable under section 28 and not under 30 to 38.
Correct.
But the 4480 allows to make 8% of the turnover and restricts the expenses only from 30 to 38. The presumptive taxation.
Presumptive taxation, disallowances they are talking about. They,
All
say
the allowances.
they are talking about expenses deemed to be an allowed.
Deemed to be allowed.
So you cannot claim further.
Deemed to be allowed is only from 30 to 38. So I can take 28. No.
No. These are additional deductions.
Correct.
That's how I am saying it is under 28. Purchase is under 28, how? 4480 also they are talking about only now. So 30 and to 38 are additional expenses which are administrative in nature. That's how it has been. See, this interpretation, it has come already in the 48. In the 48, there's a judgment. which says that though it is under 28, it contains because notwithstanding anything contained in the provision. They are not destined to do. And God saying that don't do it. If you have done it, escape route. Don't take this as a planning. Even genuine guy will get killed. Don't take it as a planning. But in case you have done a mistake, way out. Way out. I normally don't say that do planning. But if you have done mistake, how to escape? Like you get caught with a police gang, no? You come in no entry. Then you try to escape, saying, no, sir, this is there, this building only, sir, I was coming only up to this, sir. That was a police car, you said you go inside. If he feels like he'll allow you, if he doesn't feel like he'll charge. Thank you very much for your patience listening. Hope I have done value addition to you. At least for me, I have done a value addition because every time I do something, I learn more.
Thank you, Uttamji. Thank you so much for your valuable and knowledgeable session. Even though I haven't listened it completely, you can observe our members' interest post lunch. Thank you so much, sir. I request our chairman to hand over, present him a memento, and adorn him with a pranada as a token of our love and affection.
Hope I have done justice to the expenditure which you have spent to call me here.
We also appreciate your energy level, sir. It's highly appreciable that you can continue even at 5:30 or 7:30. That is great, sir. Thank you so much.
But the passion which I have for sharing the knowledge, where I have learned that not knowing is more dangerous than not attempting to know.
Thank you, sir. And we now have our session by our own member, Sriram Shekhar. He needs no introduction as he is our own member. I welcome you, please.
As chairman of the Trivandrum branch of the SIRCF ICAA, it gives me great pleasure that Sriram is debuting here as the faculty of ICAA. I'm sure he will go places, and I request all your support and blessings for him. Sriram qualified in the year 2019 and is now the partner of Shekhar and Jayanti. And he needs no introduction as he is our own member, and he is a worthy son of a worthy father. As you all know, his father, late Shekhar, was a legendary chartered accountant. We still cherish his memory. We had his Shekhar Memorial Lecture in the first week of September, and today he is starting his career as a faculty, and I'm sure he will go places. Let us welcome him with the thunders of applause.
അതെല്ലാം foreign guest house. സാറേ ഈ ഫാക്കൽറ്റീസിനെ മറ്റേ സെൻട്രൽ കൗൺസിൽ മെമ്പർ അവർ പോകുന്നതിൻ്റെ അറേഞ്ച്മെൻറ്റ്സ് എങ്ങനെയാണ്? പിന്നെ അല്ല എയർപോർട്ട് ആ അപ്പം നമ്മളാരും കൂടെ പോകണ്ടല്ലോ, കുഴപ്പമില്ലല്ലോ. ഓക്കെ ഓക്കെ.
Good evening. First and foremost, I thank Random Branch for giving me this opportunity. And as Sir said, this is my first time as a faculty in Random Branch. Not even in Random Branch, in my entire career actually. And I would like to share a few slides. As Sir said, I just passed in 2019. And from the year I passed, I started my practice with Shekhar and Jayanti. I done my articleship in Shekhar and Jayanti only. And continued there as a partner. So for today's topic, what it was given for me is the case laws that are relevant for the quality of the tax audit. But I searched for nearly 1 to 2 days to fill up the slides with numerous number of case laws. But unfortunately, it's very less. But still, I'll take the provisions of the Act along with the case laws and we'll have a good discussion. Rather than me acting as a speaker, I think the discussion will have more value and will be more knowledgeable. So, yeah. As today's topic is entirely on tax audit, we all know Section 44AB is what taking through the tax audit. After the amendments, the present provision states that the tax audit is applicable for those having turnover more than 10 crore. That is for a sure shot thing. In the sense that we don't need to look into any other matter if the turnover is more than 10 crores. But if the turnover is more than 1 crore, then we have to go with the gross receipts or the gross payments, whichever is more than 5% in cash. See, first question comes here. Which all things we have to consider for the cash payments or cash receipt? Whether those falling under the profit and loss alone, or we need to consider the asset or liability nature transactions also. Any suggestions? No. In the sense, the answers are welcome. Total receipts, yeah. In the sense that we have to take the assets and liabilities also, even if the loan repaid in cash, then that need to be considered for the purpose of the cash payments, whether it exceeds 5% or not. And now 4480 clause B says about the 50 lakhs for the profession. If the turnover crosses the gross receipts crosses 50 lakhs, then it's liable for tax audit. There also we don't need to look into any other conditions. Clause C is with respect to 44AE, BB, BBB, the presumptive basis of taxation. And when the profit declared is lower than the profit deemed to be declared in 44AE, BB, BBB. 44AB clause D, which was for the business till the Finance Act 2016, or that is with effect from 1/7/2017 that got amended, where it was provided like wherever the turnover or the profit declared is less than the deemed to be declared under 44AD, that is 6% or 8%, then the person is liable to get the books of accounts audited. That clause got substituted to the profession. And for the 44AD, they inserted one another clause, clause E, stating that those assessees fall under 44AD4 are liable for tax audit. So we cannot go with the 6% or 8% rule any after. So from 1/4/2017, we have to look into whether the assessee is a assessee eligible falling under 4484. Then the accounts need to be audited. So 4484 is the person an eligible assessee, but he is not eligible to choose presumptive taxation. Okay, I'll just go through it. In the sense that, okay, for the provision of section 44 AD, say, AD subsection 4 talks about the opting out of presumptive taxation, and then thereafter he will not be eligible for the presumptive taxation for the next 5 years. So the section starts with when an assessee who has opted and declared the income in 44 AD under this section, and then for the subsequent 5 years he has not declared his income under 44 AD, then the subsequent 5 years he will not be eligible for the 44 AD provision. That is, for the assessment year, say for example, I have chosen presumptive taxation in assessment year 1780. 1819 onwards, I started to show the books of accounts. Then I will not be eligible for 1819, then I will not be eligible for presumptive taxation till 2223. Then, during that 5 years, I want to get my books of accounts audited even if my turnover declared is more than 6% or 8%. Okay. Even for the opting out purpose, it is not mandatory that the turnover declared has to be less than 6% or 8%. So that rule has been gone now. From this year onwards, we have to look for the previous 5 years, whether he has opted out in during any of the previous 5 years. If he has not opted out during any of the previous 5 years, even if the income declared is less than 6%, the tax audit is not mandatory. This is just the bare provision. Okay. So, moving on to one another amendment. Last year onwards, we had this amendment in the sense that we are supposed to make the audit report, furnish the audit report 1 month prior to the income tax return, right? So we furnish the audit report with all the disallowances, including section 40, 43 disallowances, 43B disallowances. What if the assessee pays the amount in order not to warrant the disallowance before filing the income tax return? That is, he has the time to pay the tax in order to avoid the disallowance even during the month of October, right? We will be furnishing the report by the month of September. Then our audit report shows a disallowance of section 40 or 43B. Then the person will be making the payment by the month of October. October, he will file the return in the computation. He will not disallow the claim, disallow the 40 or 43B because he has made the payment. But if we are not revising the audit report, then 143(1) intimation will pop up saying that there is a discrepancy in the computation and the audit report furnished, and hence the addition need to be disclosed, addition need to be paid. That proposal will appear, and we may have to disagree for the proposal. Only the disagree will not complete the proceedings thereafter. We are supposed to furnish the audit report revised as per Rule 8G3. That we have the time to revise the audit report till the end of the assessment year. So, wherever the assessee makes a further payment, then we are supposed to revise the audit report and furnish it within the end of the assessment year. I don't think the assessee will pay the fees for the same, but still we are supposed to do it. Okay.
There's a problem there.
Yes, sir.
Because now we have amended and said revision can happen and revision can happen only for these 2 things.
3 cases, yes.
2 or 3 cases.
3 cases, yes.
So that means for earlier, for other things, you can't revise also.
Yes, exactly.
So, and one more step further, if that is not available, then how they brought in the ability, you can revise.
That is true, sir. But my query or the conclusion is that the revision done in the audit report, other than the 3 matters, may be treated as invalid audit report. The original report only will be considered.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Right.
That is what I'm trying to tell you. Interpreting this way, it's okay.
Yeah.
Now, go back to the earlier utility. last year itself there was some revision,
Right.
even before the amendment.
Right.
That means that can be revised, and people revised it also and they got it also.
Okay.
So that's the reason why I'm saying overreach.
Got it.
Act says something, rule says something, and
The form
Reform
gives
says
something.
something.
Form gives something.
now let just because we have gone into some interaction on this, to tell me whether online facility, online filing, is it valid? You have gone to revision. I'm going to the original itself.
The online audit reporting, whether it is valid or not.
Yes.
We cannot rely completely on income tax alone.
Then
Considering the IT Act also, then we can say that the online submission is valid.
no. No.
Why?
Read Rule 6G and read Rule 12. Rule 6G is pertaining to tax audit.
Hmm.
See, you have to read section 44AB.
Hmm.
44AB takes you to Rule 6G.
Correct.
Rule 6G takes you to Form 3CA, 3CB, 3CD.
Correct.
This is the flow.
Correct.
None of this flow are talking about online filing.
But that's just a medium to submit the report,
You
right?
don't get to ask this. Let me try to put it this way.
Okay.
Then where did they get the power to do online filing?
Okay.
They got power from Rule 12.
Okay.
Rule 12 is relation to 139.
Okay.
139 is relating to return filing. Return filing was linked to tax audit.
Tax audit.
But that they have dealing.
Got it. So,
So when they have delinked it, that means the online filing itself is invalid. Asking to file online is totally invalid because Rule 12 is pertaining to.
ITR only.
So they should have amended Rule 6G. If they have not amended. Second is, even in Rule 12, they are doing through a proviso. Proviso cannot override the act.
Hmm.
Proviso cannot override the rule.
Right.
So proviso cannot override the return.
Hmm.
That's how the entire filing itself is invalid online.
Okay.
And if you read further, last year they brought Rule 130 and 131.
Hmm.
Because they forgot. Certain rules they forgot to amend.
Okay.
So it is very difficult to go and amend everything.
Right.
So they brought in Rule 130, where they said that based on the power under Section 295, the CBDT can anytime notify any of the forms as
Online.
online forms.
Okay.
But no notification has come under that.
So still now it is not yet notified to
Oh.
publish 3CB in online.
I'm just giving you a hint.
Ah.
Tomorrow there's some litigation.
Yeah, got it, got it. Okay. So, with respect to audit report, we are supposed to furnish the revised audit report at the end, before the end of the assessment year. Now,
Again, there's a problem there.
Hmm.
For end of the assessment year.
Yeah.
Correct.
Hmm.
But the processing happens immediately.
correct. See, I was supposed to say that also because 143 one intimation is now processed in a minute or two. So, we cannot expect to file a return at the end of the assessment year.
No, you have to revise and then ask for rectification.
Ah.
That's
We
the process.
have the provisions to so yes. So with respect to turnover for the section 44A, the presumptive taxation or the turnover that is taken in the presumptive taxation is to be excluded. In the sense that if I have two businesses, I can opt one business for the presumptive taxation, another one for the tax audit. The turnover declared in the presumptive taxation has to be excluded. So only the turnover for which I am producing the books of accounts crosses the threshold limit, then tax audit will be tax audit will get triggered. Then chapter 3 income to be excluded, that is the income that does not fall within the total income. In the sense that those falling under section 10, 1023C or 1023D, those things has to be excluded. Share of profit from a firm has to be excluded. And we have a good case for that also. Out of pocket expenses forming part of the consolidated fee to be included. In the sense that as and auditors, if we are charging a fee including the expenses, then that has to be included. Now, yeah, this is just the out-of-pocket expenses. That is, we used to stay in hotels for where we went for the audit. If that is taken as a reimbursement and not part of the fees, then that can be excluded for the purpose of the turnover. Otherwise, that need to be included. But as far as GST is concerned, that will take you to the value of the supply. Pure agent means then the bill should be in the name of the assessee.
Majority of the banks are not paying GST.
Not paying the GST. So, moving on to first section or the first case. So, the gross receipts of the business. Here, as we discussed, individual is carrying on a business and also he is a partner of a firm. The question comes whether the remuneration received from the partnership firm, share of profit is of course excluded, no issues. Remuneration received from the partnership firm need to be included in the turnover in order to define whether 44AB is applicable or not. The section says that it need not to be included. But this case law arises in such a way that department is of the stand that this is a remuneration received from the partnership firm. This has to be included as the turnover. Okay. And the tax audit has to be applied for this assessee. Assessee relied on one another case of the department itself, where the department argued that 44AD is not applicable for the remuneration received to the partners. In the sense that, erstwhile, before this case law, if I am a partner of a firm, I receive the remuneration as per section 28. This remuneration is chargeable under section 28. And 44AD does not restrict me to adopt presumptive taxation for the share of profit from the partnership firm. Okay. So, in that manner, whatever remuneration I received as a partner, I can show it in 8% and pay tax only for the 8%. Now, it's not possible. The case law has clearly defined that this is not applicable. Okay. So, the assessee resorted to the case law of the department, where the department argued that remuneration of the partners shall not form part of the turnover. So, 44AD has to be, so 44AD is not applicable. That case was with respect to Anand Kumar versus ACAT. Relying on that case, the assessee argued this case, and this case was in favor of the assessee. And it is said that remuneration of the partners shall not be considered for the turnover of the 44AD. Okay. So the escalation claims, of course, the escalation claims, if it is already predefined and the invoices has to be raised and it is undisputed, then it will form part of the turnover. If it is disputed, it need not to be taken to the part of the turnover for the time being, unless otherwise it is accepted or a judgment has been happened in favor of the SC.
Just to add one interesting case now.
With respect to this one or previous one? Yes.
Turnover. Very interesting case now. It's a very old one. Where the SSC was smart enough. See, the smartness failed somewhere. There, the SSC was very smart enough to say my turnover, that is my purchases. Purchases was 1 crore and above. Sale was less than 1 crore. And he got his audit books audited and claimed the loss also. Carry forward loss also. And the matter went to the court. And he argued turnover is not defined by the Income Tax Act. So turnover has to go as per the Sale of Goods Act. Sale of Goods Act talks about turnover, also purchases. And he was successful saying that my purchase is above 1 crore, I am liable for audit, and hence I get the extended time. Very interesting. Very interesting.
So I have a small, in the sense that another stand for the same aspect. Okay. Oh, there the turnover includes purchases, and he went with clause A.
Correct.
Right. Okay.
Correct. Very interesting.
Right.
Very interesting. Because this is how we have to look at things. And the same smartness was tried with the share of profit. Where they said no. And one guy went further smart, saying that Madras High Court, where they said
I am under 44 AD, so 8% I will declare and go up. They said no. It's only a specific purpose for which it has been brought in here. The concept comes from capital gains.
Okay.
When you do a slump sale, because of the specific provision, the taxability goes under the capital gains.
Right.
But it is a business.
Okay.
Similarly, your short-term capital gain on depreciable asset. These are all business income, but these are all going to the other heads because of the specific provision, including dividend, interest, and so on and so forth. So the carry forward losses can be adjusted against this.
Oh.
This is a Supreme Court judgment where they said this is possible. So I have slump sale profit, I have business losses, it can be knocked off. Possible.
There the slump sale was treated as a business income. No, capital
The
gain.
nature is business income,
income,
but
he
taxability is because of the specific
Specific.
provision. They are not changing the nature, they are only changing the taxability. And which year and which section. Same way you have 54 EC and all that, no? You sold an asset, depreciable asset, but it was long term.
Yes.
Depreciable asset long term, but deemed to be short term. Once you say it is a capital gain, it's held for more than that. 54 ECs alone.
Similarly, I gone through a case, but I don't remember the case exactly. The assessee was dealing in shares, and the initial years it was disclosed as capital asset under long-term capital gain or short-term. I'm not fully remembering what I heard gone through, but on the subsequent years, he converted that into his own business. So the entire share trading, he started showing under the business income. The first 2 years he incurred a loss. That loss was allowed to set off against the profit earned from the third year, disclosed under the PGBP. But I don't exactly remember the case actually.
See, that case laws which you are talking about are correct interpretation. Because once you convert a capital asset into stock in trade, till the date of conversion, it is a capital gains, taxable in the year in which the asset is sold.
Correct.
And the carry forward losses of the business will be brought as a carry forward losses and can be adjusted against the future income. But the reverse now, people were playing smart again. Reverse. I have stock in trade, I convert it to capital asset. Reverse. There is no provision to tax.
No.
So they amended now, and there is a specific clause in the tax audit report also. If you have converted stock in trade into capital asset, the entire that additional is taxable in the current year itself, irrespective of whether you are selling it or not. Very interesting.
Yeah. With respect to escalation claim, as we have discussed, if it's undisputed, no issue. It has to be added to the turnover for the 44 AD. Now, turnover with respect to derivative or speculative transaction, this is just a computation matter. Hope everyone knows it, but still, each item has to be taken for the purpose of the 44 AD and convert that into a positive figure, whether it is negative or a positive, convert it into a positive figure and add the total. This is only for the purpose of the turnover to determine whether tax audit is applicable or not. We don't need to adopt this turnover as the sales figure in the P&L or the balance sheet, in the P&L actually. That is only for the purpose of 44 AV, the turnover has to be computed in this manner, and if it crosses the threshold limit, then 44 AV will apply. No. So this is one another cases with respect to transaction, whether to be treated under PGBP or whether to be treated under capital. As I said earlier, that losses in the capital gain head will allow to be set off only against the capital gain in the subsequent years. But when the assessee has transferred his entire transactions to the PGBP, the loss was allowed to set off with the PGBP gain earned in the third year. But what all documents he has submitted for the cases, that we have to refer to. Now, with respect to PKN and Company Limited, it's a Supreme Court ruling. These 4 rulings are very old landmark rulings actually. whether to treat this transaction under the capital gain or PGBP. This is completely based on the nature of transaction he is entering into. Purchase without an intention to resale where they are sold under changed circumstances would be capital gain. My intention to purchase the shares is to hold it. Then of course it will come under the capital gain only. If I have the intention to resell and my transactions will take you to the view that he is completely for the resale, then it will be chargeable under PG. Now, as we discussed the chapter 3 item, so here the provisions of section 44AB cannot and does not apply in relation to the income enumerated under chapter 3. Chapter 3 is the income that does not fall under total income. Assessee is an entity whose income is exempted under 1023D. See, we have many entities here falling under section 1023C and 1023D. For those entities, TDS is deducted by the bank. Then they are supposed to file the return of income in order to get the refund back. In that case, whether 44AB is applicable or not is a question. Does not apply. The turnover exceeded 10 crore rupees or 1 crore rupees. Assessing officer rejected made the return invalid on the fact that 44AB tax audit report was not furnished. So, assessee contended this will not form part of the turnover for the purpose of 44AB, and the judgment was in favor of the assessee. It was India Magnum Fund 2002 ITAT case. Now, the business income of a trust. We know the trust which is formed for any other object of general public utility should carry, or the eligibility of the section 11 and 12 will come to effect only when the 15%, the business income should be less than 15% or 20% of their total receipts. So if it crosses, then that is liable for the tax. One another question is that whether tax audit under 44AB is applicable for the trust. So assessee was an education society. Assessee filed a balance sheet and income and expenditure in the bank. With the information of the investment, AO issued notice under 148. With the information he received from the bank, he has issued notice under 148. As he filed nil return of income and submitted the profit and loss account different from one submitted with the bank. Bank will submit whatever is submitted in the bank was something different from what he submitted for the income tax return. AO rejected the exemption under section 11 and computed the income under PGBP in the status of the AOP. This was for the Asmedia 6.7. See, during the Asmedia 6.7, AO does not have the right to compute the income under the AOP, rejecting the claim under section 11. So this was one another catch for this case actually. And disallowances was made under certain expenditure under 37, 40 and 43. Nowadays section 41A, 1IA and 43B disallowances are applicable for trust also. So that need to be looked into. And however, section 37 disallowance they cannot take into 37 disallowances they are not allowed to take to the trust. It is held that the rejection of the benefit of section 11 is not applicable for the said Asmedia. Chapter 4, that is section 28 to 44D, does not apply to the income to be computed under section 11 and 12. For the purpose of the trust, the section 11 and 12 defines the computation. Hence, this amount cannot be added by invoking the provisions of section 37. Okay. Now, interest on deposit actually. As Sir said, we have a specific provision for the interest on deposits, whether to be treated under income from other source or can we take it to business income. Okay. We have two contrary cases. One where the assessee has willfully invested for the purpose of the interest. If that is the case, then this has to be gone under IFRS. If otherwise, simply the surplus fund is lying in the bank and the assessee has earned an interest out of it, then that interest can be taken to business income. The intention of the assessee is what mattering whether to treat it under PGBP or whether to treat it under IFRS. So one case is with respect to NTPC Sale Power Company Private Limited, where the Delhi High Court, this was subsequently upheld in Supreme Court in 2020, where they said that it was one another case which was upheld in 2020, but the Supreme Court said that the 2012 NTPC case will prevail for this case also. Interest on temporary deposit is not income from other sources, so that it can be charged under PGBP itself. The income received, the company received interest income from the temporary deposit or surplus fund kept during expansion. Expansion in the sense that the company was supposed to develop one project in another area for which they have obtained loans and also capital investment from the other shareholders. That loans and the capital investment was kept in one another bank which was idle and was used for the construction. The surplus which was kept in the bank earned interest only, and they were supposed to reduce it from the capital expenditure that was about to incur. So in that case, it is not necessary that this has to be charged under the IFOs. And the said interest was to be adjusted to the incidental expenses towards the expansion. Hence, the said interest reduces the cost of the asset. High Court held that the said income is not to be treated as income from the other source and is to be treated and is to be set off against the expenses incurred on the asset. Interest on deposit to be treated as business income. Okay, now this is the contrary case, same to it. Guy Construction and versus State of Maharashtra. It's a Bombay High Court case where they have willfully invested for the purpose of earning the profit, and for that, in that case, the IFOS chargeability will come to effect. There, we cannot resort to the fact that this was the surplus made out of the loan that we received. Then, the chargeability will come under the IFOS. No, sorry. The contrary case was with respect to alkali chemicals fertilizers private limited. I have not taken it in the slide actually. The contrary case to the NTPC was with respect to alkali chemicals and fertilizers limited, where it was held that investment done willfully for the purpose of earning interest has to be charged under IFOS. This case, Guy Construction versus State of Maharashtra, is to treat whether 44 for the purpose of 44AB, whether only the business income need to be considered or the other incomes has also to be considered. In the sense that it is very clear, 44AB itself says that only the turnover of the business need to be considered and not the interest or any other income earned or to be charged under the other heads need to be considered for the purpose of AB. Now, book stock versus bank stock statement. It's a very interesting case actually. It's very common that the people produce stock statement to the bank in a higher value than what is declared in the books of accounts. Assessing officer adopted the bank value, bank stock value, and assessed the assessee at a higher rate. As he contended that the stock given at the bank is highly valued or overvalued and is not at the actual value. We adopt for the income tax the cost or NRV, whichever is lower, and that should be used for the purpose of the determining the profit. Here in this case, but the investigation from the department side has also, in the sense that department has also done an investigation in this part, and they concluded that the actual stock is somewhere around the stock where the assessee hold in the books of accounts. And they also concluded that the stock reported in the bank is overvalued. So, since that is the case, even in that situation, assessing officer adopted the higher value and assessed the income. But the ITAD held that it is not true. Only the genuine stock need to be considered for the purpose of computation, and the High Court also held the same. Okay. Here the situation was something different. Coimbatore Spinning and Weaving Company Limited, Madras High Court. Here it was established by the department that the stock given to the bank was right and not the stock which was disclosed in the books of accounts. So, at the ultimate point, what we can say is that wherever there is a genuine transaction or the genuine figure, department is relying on the same. or at least on a higher authority, you will get a justice. Okay. This is one another interesting case with respect to audit report. We used to fill up the clause 20 of the audit report with the ESI date, due date, and amount. Right? See, 143.1 clause A, subclause 4 states that adjustment under 143.1 can be made for the discrepancies in the audit report not taken into account on the computation. Okay. Or disallowances reported in the audit report not taken into consideration in the computation. The argument of the assessee is that auditor has not made any amount of disallowances in the audit report. He has only intimated the date of payment of ESI and the amount of the ESI. Hence, the adjustment under 143.1 is unwarranted or against the provisions of the Act, is the contention. So, the court evaluated the contention, and at the end, the court determined that the indicate word means it has to be showing or suggesting something. Since the auditor has indicated or shown that there requires a disallowances, such adjustment can be done under 143.1. Actually, this case is in favor of the department, but I found it interesting in the way that as they argued this. Similar is with respect to PF also. We don't disclose the amount of disallowances in the PF. But Winman auto-populates the amount and says that this is the amount of disallowances, and Winman automatically carries the disallowances to a computation, I guess. But in the utility of 3CD, it will not happen. Because ITR utility and 3CD utilities are different. Okay. Now, no penalty under section 271B, where 271A applies. Okay. So the auditor is always feared of the penalty that is to be imposed to the auditor under section 271B, that is 0.5% of the turnover or 1,50,000, whichever is higher, right? For the non-furnishing of the audit report or late furnishing of the audit report, right? Now, the question comes, assessee himself states that he is not maintaining the books of accounts properly, and that is the cause for the delay in furnishing the audit report. Okay. So, whether the assessing officer can or the department can levy penalty on the auditor is a question. If the assessee accepts that the books of accounts are not proper, then 271A applies. That is non-maintenance of the books of accounts under section 44A. In that case, then 25,000 is the penalty. So if the assessee accepts 271A, officer can impose. If officer imposed 271A, then 271B cannot be imposed upon. Okay, with respect to commission agent, actually, it's very known fact that the commission agents, we don't need to take the entire pass-through incomes. Only those which is liable for the commission to the agent has to be computed or taken for the purpose of 44AB turnover. Only the agency income of the agent comes to more than 1 crore, then the tax audit will apply. So, yeah, thank you. So these are the cases which I have prepared upon. I know it's a very short of time, and in the sense that I didn't get full of case for the 44AB section, and hence with the limited experience and with the limited knowledge, the slides and the presentations are prepared. So for any doubt or discussion, the time is welcome.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Indirect.
So thank you. Thank you once again for the Random Branch for giving me this opportunity, and thank you all the members for the patient listening. So any flaws may be condoned. Thank you.
short but sweet. Thank you so much, CA Sriram Shekhar, for a wonderful session. We welcome you for the further sessions also. This must be a smart beginning. Thank you so much. I request our chairman, C. Ramakrishnesh, to present him a memento and add on him with the Pranada. Thank you all our members present here. Thank you for your patient listening and learning. At this moment, I would also love to explain or tell you about the SARC conference. We request all the interested members to send mail. Thank you so much. We'll officially conclude the session with our national anthem. Please raise.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Tea is served at the downstairs.